era of football. Est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe derechos de autor. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 151 Great Harvest. Jing's mood at this moment is the mood of other Guild Elite teams. To be precise, it is the mood of every team that encounters the fifth Guild Elite team to snatch the boss. Helpless, especially helpless. This group of people is like a group of bandits who gather in the mountains. They will immediately sweep over wherever they know there is a treasure, and then snatch the treasure. They don't care whether it is the treasure guardian or other bandits who come to snatch the treasure. They only have the treasure in their eyes and run away after snatching it. It is quite exciting. The key is that even if you know they will do this, you can't stop them, because they can make the treasure move directly towards them and eventually be taken into their pockets. What can you do against such guys? The only thing that can stop them is probably luck, right? There are fewer bosses refreshed near them, and more bosses refreshed in other places, at least giving others more opportunities to snatch. Originally, they would not have such a useless idea, but the process of snatching the boss in the morning made everyone feel a little discouraged. The time, the elite teams of Lion and Corning arrived first. Both sides fought desperately for the boss, so that when the elite team of Fifth Guild arrived, the elite teams of Lion and Corning had almost 20% of the hatred output, which was almost half of the total. In this case, the rational thing to do should be to withdraw, and take advantage of the fact that these two teams could not temporarily invest in the fight for other bosses to grab other bosses, but Rinpoche and his crazy guys did not do so. They took the initiative to attack, began to pull the hatred of the boss, and then continued to output. The elite teams of Lion and Corning did not think about joining forces to drive these guys away first, but firstly, they were also competitors and had no trust in each other. Even if they joined forces, they would have their own ulterior motives. Secondly, their hatred output of nearly 20% could be said to be a huge advantage. If two teams competed, getting 50% hatred rate could be said to be a sure win, and if three teams competed, getting 40% might be a sure win. It's only 20% short, can't we beat them? So the three parties began to frantically pull hatred and output frantically, and the blood volume of the boss dropped very quickly. However, when the boss was running wild with residual blood, the elite teams of Lion and Corning were shocked to find that during this period, they only grabbed a little over 10% of the hatred output, and the hatred output of the elite team of the Fifth Guild at this moment had exceeded 30%. With their mentality in a mess, they made more mistakes in their cooperation, and were almost killed by the boss's counterattack several times. At this time, the elite team of the Fifth Guild showed a fearless revolutionary friendship, and resisted most of the boss's offensive without hesitation, constantly attacking the boss and attracting the boss's attention, but the members of the elite team of Lion and Corning did not feel any gratitude at all, but cursed these guys who deliberately robbed the boss in their hearts. In the end, when the boss fell, the elite team of the Fifth Guild got 37% of the hatred output, but what about Lion and Corning? One has 32%, the other has 31%, it's not a big advantage at all, but the final judgment is based on this. The boss belongs to the Fifth Guild elite team. What should we do at this fact? Such advantages have been taken away by those guys from the Fifth Guild. Of course, there are also factors of three-way struggle in it, which makes the whole situation complicated, but the control and output of the Fifth Guild elite team on the boss really make other guild teams feel that they can't resist them. At the end of the morning, the Fifth Guild got 9 boss. Many guild elite teams have the urge to cry. They have worked hard for 2.5 days, but they haven't got as many bosses the Fifth Guild got in half a day. Since they can't win, there is no need to be angry here, so they retreat a distance and move in a place far away from the Fifth Guild elite team's activity range. At least, they can avoid such unnecessary and unwinnable battles. This approach seems cowardly, but in fact it is a decision that professional players must make. When you were in the arena, you will be stabbed. No matter how strong a team is, there will be passive times in the game. The top team, facing the weak team, was forced into a desperate situation, and began to explode and launch a fierce attack. At this time, considering the face of the strong team and maintaining their image is a stupid behavior. The best thing to do at this time is to defend with peace of mind, and wait for the opponent's angle to subside before counterattacking. This is the safest and calmest approach. This is not called admitting defeat, but judging the situation. If the benefits here are no longer available, then go to other places to get more, and strive to make up for the losses inside the embankment with those outside the embankment. Even if you can't make up for all of it, at least you have to make up for part of it. Make up as much as you can. If any team among them can't swallow this breath of this time, and muster all their strength to fight against the extraordinary guild, then the other teams will definitely cheer for them while sweeping away the benefits they gave up. So when it's time to admit defeat, you still have to admit defeat. So, when the afternoon came, Zheng Qi and his team's actions began to move more smoothly. The activity range of those guys is a bit far from us. We can expand the activity range and circle more territory, Zheng Qi said with a smile after reading the intelligence. The others nodded repeatedly. Expanding the activity range and circling more territory means that the probability of refreshing the boss appearing in their activity range will be much higher. Although probability depends on luck, the greater the probability, the greater the possibility of success, which is also that truth. Zheng Qi and his team moved around. When the boss refreshed, they began to have the choice to find that boss, such as attacking the boss outside first, and then going back to attack the boss they controlled. For the boss within their own sphere of influence, they just need to send a few teams to keep an eye on it, don't alarm it, and wait for the elite team to come back and deal with it. This is a way to grab the most boss in theory, which is generally impossible in reality, but now, it has appeared to some extent. Zheng Qi and his team were like cultivating the land. They started from the periphery, cleared the bosses in the periphery, and then went to clear the inner ones. The system refresh did not make it too difficult for them. Basically, every hour, they could find 1 or 2 bosses refreshed in their sphere of influence. 10, 11, 12, as the numbers behind the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild on the boss kill list jumped one by one, more and more people began to exclaim. The hearts of the other guild elite teams were bleeding. These guys are really going too far. You know, even for a big guild, getting 3 bosses a day in a carnival is considered qualified, and getting 5 bosses is considered a very good result, let alone getting double-digit bosses. And now, there are still 2 hours before the end of the carnival, and the Extraordinary Guild has already got 16 bosses. There are only 100 in total a day. How many are you going to grab? But they couldn't go to grab the boss from Fifth Guild. There were nearly 20 bosses that had not been refreshed that day. If they all went to Fifth Guild, they would have given up the fight for other bosses in advance. Just as they were struggling, the number behind Fifth Guild elite team jumped again, reaching 17. A total of 84 bosses were refreshed, and Fifth Guild grabbed 17. There are still 16. 15, 14, as bosses were refreshed and killed one after another, the elite teams began to grab bosses more frantically, while Fifth Guild elite team was still grabbing bosses in an orderly manner. There was still an hour before the end of the carnival, and Fifth Guild grabbed 18 bosses. There was still half an hour before the end of the carnival, and Fifth Guild grabbed 19 bosses. One more. Zheng Qi laughed in the team channel. If they really only got 20, then he would win the bet. Quick, refresh 2 in one breath, right next to us. Others began to talk. Zheng Qi rolled his eyes, but even so he did not ignore the information of the boss refresh. The whole team began to move quickly and rushed to the front of the boss. Pulling hatred, output, the elite team of the Fifth Guild fought the boss steadily. 5 minutes later, the boss fell to the ground. The number of bosses of the Fifth Guild reached 20. Damn, our boss is really awesome. The players of the Fifth Guild exclaimed in this way. Although most of them were new players, they had been playing the game for 2 months and naturally knew what this number meant. Since the establishment of the professional league and the carnival became a hunting ground for professional clubs to build characters, no guild has ever been able to get so many bosses in a day. It is rare to reach double-digit bosses in a day, and there are only a handful of more than 15 bosses, and this is scattered over the past few decades, which shows the difficulty. And now, they have got 20. We still have hope. There are still 4 bosses that haven't been refreshed. I think we should rush out now and grab another boss. Xinzailan said seriously. That's right. The others responded one after another. Zheng Qi smiled bitterly and rushed out as well. There are still 4 bosses that haven't been refreshed, and there are still 20 minutes before the end of the carnival. Then, a message about the boss refresh came. Zheng Qi laughed loudly, and the others were very unhappy. This boss refreshed far away from them. There were at least a dozen elite teams closer than them. They rushed over, but it was too late. The 98th boss and the 99th boss refreshed one after another, and the distance was also very far. The last boss refreshed in the last 5 minutes of the carnival. It was not far from Zheng Qi and his team. Although there were several professional teams around, they still had a chance. Go, let Ring Pingshan treat us to a feast. The others shouted one after another, accelerated at the same time, and rushed towards the coordinate. Zheng Qi followed closely behind them. What's the harm in grabbing one more boss and treating us to a feast? Anyway, today, I, and the Extraordinary Guild, have already reaped a great harvest. Besides, it's not time to cash it in now, Zheng Qi thought to himself while sprinting. Chapter 152. 40. The last boss happened to spawn at a place close to the center of the map. The boss that spawned at this location was the last one, and there was no doubt that it would be the object of competition among many teams. The timing of the boss spawning could be said to be extremely tricky. It spawned 2 minutes after the previous bosses were killed, and all the elite teams had nothing else to do, wandering around looking for the last boss. Since they were wandering around, they were closer to the center of the map, so the competition for the last boss was more intense than any previous boss competition. When Zheng Qi and his team arrived at the boss spawning location, no less than 10 elite teams had already arrived. Damn, you have already grabbed 20, are you still going to grab the last one? After discovering that the 5th Guild elite team had arrived, someone in the elite team that was besieging the boss angrily cursed loudly. It all depends on your ability, there is no such thing as grabbing or not grabbing. Zheng Qi laughed, then waved his hand. Charge. 10 elite teams, plus Zheng Qi and his team, that's 11. If this boss is sane, it would probably be thankful that it was besieged by so many players. At the same time, it must be very aggrieved. What did I do? So many of you come to bully me. If it is a boss in the myth zone, it is well informed and has seen all kinds of situations, so it doesn't matter. After all, although the boss in the myth zone and the boss in the ordinary zone are both boss, they are completely different levels. The boss in the myth zone, even the weakest level 81 boss, cannot be defeated by a team of 10 players. Even a team of 10 players composed of professional masters would find it difficult to defeat such a boss. That is not a problem that can be solved by operation, but the huge amount of health and strong defense ability make it impossible for players with too few people to kill the boss. No matter how good your operation is and how you take turns to attack, the automatic recovery of the boss's health will kill the health you have lost. To deal with that kind of boss, you need to pile up people. The power of each guild in the myth zone can be said to be extremely large. After all, it is the number of people accumulated over so many years. Professional players will retire after playing for 10 years, but what about players? As long as he wants to play, he can play for the rest of his life, until he can no longer play. In this case, how many people will be in each guild? In China, there are more than 1 billion players who were often online in the football era. This is known to everyone. Except for those who spend years in the new area, or only play in the ordinary area, they cannot enter the myth area. This probability is still relatively high. After all, those who can enter the myth area are considered to be high-level players. Those technical tests and tests, when there is no way to find a gunman, basically can only rely on their own hard power. After a long time, those who are slightly worse may spend time to rush through, but those who are very ordinary in operation will probably never rush into the myth area in their lifetime. Therefore, each ordinary area generally has at least millions or even tens of millions of people playing, and the proportion of new area players who were able to rush to the myth area is about half and half. Even if calculated in this way, the number of players in the myth area will not be less than 500 million. In these 500 million, there will be some older players who don't like fighting and killing, so they can apply for protection orders, not to participate in any struggles, not to be picked by other players, and not to be attacked by monsters, so that they can travel around and see the scenery. This part of the players is very large, and these players are responsible for collecting information and maps everywhere. Of course, it's just the details of the map. To really kill monsters, you have to rely on other players. Even if all these odds and ends are deducted, each club guild is composed of thousands or even tens of thousands of guilds to form an alliance. Those who participate in the fight for the boss are composed of divisions. 10 people in a team, 100 people in a group, and a division is 1,000 people. Only such a large combination can participate in the fight for the boss. Every time the boss is snatched, although the probability of professional players participating is not high, because they have to train, rest, and exercise their physical fitness, but as long as they are free, they will participate in the fight for the boss, because it is very likely that these boss will allow them to gain 1 or 2 attribute points. Although the probability is very low, no one will give up. The boss in the myth zone is the boss that has really seen big scenes. It is normal for tens of thousands of people to besiege a boss, not to mention hundreds of people, because they have to fight with each other. Although a division of 1,000 people can cooperate well and is enough to kill the boss, considering the interference of others, it is the basic configuration to dispatch 3 to 5 divisions to deal with a boss. Anyway, there are many people in the big guilds, so they don't care about this. In comparison, the boss in the ordinary zone is really weaker. Now that more than 100 people are rushing up, the boss can only lie flat and be ravaged. In such a fight, the method of pulling monsters and the terrain of output have become secondary. If more than 100 people focus on fire at the same time, the boss will die. Of course, it depends on luck to see who can grab more hatred of the boss. When the boss fell, the suspense and mystery were revealed. It was not the Extraordinary Guild, or even any of the 5 major guilds, but the elite team members of a small club, laughing wildly, almost dying of joy. Damn it, we finally got a boss today, justice is clear. The other guild elite teams who are still muttering, is it really that big of a deal for just one boss? Finally understood why the other side lost their composure. It's understandable and forgivable. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, hey, this group of people can be forgiven for losing their composure, but why is there still a guy laughing like a madman? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Qi laughed loudly, tears came out of his eyes. You can't blame me for this, I tried my best just now, I even used the skills of other heroes to try to get more output, but I was able to get it. I didn't let him down. Zheng Qi laughed and explained. The others' faces darkened at the same time. Do you really need to? It's so embarrassing. Yixin wanted to fly without saying a word, turned around and left, and the others quickly followed. Hey, wait for me, ha ha ha, where are we going to eat today? Just send it to my house, you can share the cost, it's not much, ha ha ha. Zheng Qi said as he chased, and the others began to run quickly, leaving him far behind. Are these guys crazy? The members of the other elite teams looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. After a while, they slowly dispersed. Today's carnival is about to end, and the boss has been defeated. The Extraordinary Guild is still the big winner. In these 3 days, they have robbed a total of 40 boss. It's simply crazy. Compared with these 40 boss, the meaning contained in it is even more frightening to others. Even if 20 boss a day is a coincidence, but even if 10 a day, each carnival has 30 boss in 3 days, and there will be at least 10 carnivals next, that is 300 boss. This team can get 300 extra attribute points. How many attribute points can they reach in the end? Thousands? This is a character with more than 100 attribute points higher than Lu Xiaoshan. Although for professional players, a character with more than 100 attribute points may not necessarily have an overwhelming victory, even as strong as Lu Xiaoshan, when he played against ordinary professional players with more than 700 attribute points with his account close to 900 attribute points, he was not always able to completely suppress his opponent. It was normal to be temporarily suppressed by ordinary players when he was in a bad state or misjudged the timing of the operation. However, after all, the stronger the character, the higher the level of performance on the field, which is beyond doubt. Lu Xiaoshan never relied on the strength of the character to bully others. His operation level and skills are also the top ones in the entire league. In fact, if he did not have such excellent skills, he would not be able to create such a powerful character in the new area. These are all complementary things. The better the strength, the greater the probability of getting a powerful character, and the stronger the character, the greater the room for performance on the field. But now, everyone knows the operation level of Ren Pingshan and Yixin Xiangfei, at least at his professional level. If they have unprecedented powerful accounts at the time, then after they enter the professional league, will the two gods rise again? That's fine, but Fu Lady, the 10-year-old street player, who has been the longest time street player in the Street Players League, is also going to create a character that surpasses Lu Xiaoshan. This is too surprising. With such a mood, the elite teams of each guild left today's game and began to convey today's news to the upper echelons of the club. After careful calculation, the upper echelons of each club were also shocked. Can it really be possible to obtain an attribute account of nearly 1,000 points? Such a good player should be recruited directly. However, after discussing with the coaches of the first-line teams of each club, the bosses of each club made the choice to wait and see. The coaches of the first-line team made a very rational judgment, that is, the performance of the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild was too good, so good that they could not believe it. If you want to talk about the improvement of the movement method, all the coaches are experienced and know that this aspect can be improved. It was not improved before because it did not make much sense in professional competitions. And the method of attracting the hatred of the boss can be achieved only by excellent command. This is a bit unlikely, right? This requires calculating the timing of both sides' attacks, accurately judging or even predicting at the first time, and at the same time, the players of the team must perform the task exactly, just like a computer. Is this possible? The biggest possibility is that when attracting the hatred of the boss, they have a special way to make the boss hatred judge more on them. So such details are unlikely to include all the bosses. The next carnival will see whether they can still attract the hatred of the boss so steadily, and then we can really see the result. Chapter 153. Shattered Dreams. In the last 2 carnivals, we have defeated the boss 58 times. If we continue like this, I'm afraid each of us will be able to get hundreds of extra attribute points. By then, even if our skills are a little worse, we can become professional players. Let's just form a team and compete in professional competitions. Zheng Qi said suddenly after meeting up with others in the game the next day. Just 10 of us, competing in professional competitions. It's not that I don't have confidence in our abilities, but the competition requires 11 people. With our strength, entering the first class league may not be a big deal, but the top league should be more difficult. Xinzailan was startled and said cautiously. Xinyi was a little bothered by Zheng Qi's slightly worse skills. It was obvious that the 4 of them belonged to the category of slightly worse skills. Among the others, Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei were of course excellent. Although he didn't know what the skills of professional players were, judging from the professional competitions he watched, many professional players might not be as good as the 2 of them. Of course, this was also due to the fact that it was easy to see others shouldering the burden. Among the others, the newly joined Dynamic Light Wave has precise operation, rich theoretical knowledge, and a very good level. He is at the level of a professional player when he turns over and meets a head-on. Although Chaos Matt Blade is a newcomer, his talent has been outstanding from the beginning. During this period of time, he has been mixing with them, and his operation level has improved by leaps and bounds. Even Su Jin, who was only at the bottom of their team at the beginning and whose operation level was only slightly better than the 2 old men Jiang Shan and Sui Qingfen, is also making steady progress. Her way of progress is not conspicuous, but quite stable. The 4 of them were originally the backbone of the team, but now, they have become the bottom of the team. So although Xinyi was a little concerned, he also knew that what Zheng Qi said was true. However, when it comes to impacting professional competitions, it is good to hug the thighs, but it is not good to hug them so tightly that you can't even drive the thighs. Xinyi is a person with self-esteem. Even if we can stabilize in the A-League, it doesn't make any sense. Among the 24 A-League teams now, none of them has enough income. They all rely on subsidies from the group behind them. Compared with the Super League, the income of the A-League teams is not enough to support the operation of a club. I think Fan Sen is very clear about this. Xinyi thought for a while and said. Fulei nodded. Our club, Kankan Club, has always been like this. The situation is not very good. Because the backstage boss has little money, it has always been very hard to support. 2 attempts to impact the Super League failed, and this year it has become more and more difficult. When he said this, Fulei's voice did not fluctuate, but his mood was extremely excited. The reason is very simple. After firing Fulei and a group of players who always failed to meet the requirements, and concentrating funds to buy several super-level players, Kankan not only failed to soar, but also struggled in the next league. Now that 1/3 of the schedule has passed, they have not been able to win to the promotion area, but have fallen outside the top 10. From any angle, they will not be able to win to the Super League this year. Although he had left Kangkong, Fulei's feelings for Kangkong would not fade away. He had to leave Kangkong, but he also hoped that Kangkong would become better after he left. However, Kangkong did not become better. This made him feel a little gloomy. The Super League and the A-League are 2 different worlds. As long as the Super League teams can stay in the Super League, their income will definitely grow steadily, because this is the most popular league in the world. But what about the A-League teams? Their income is relatively low and they need blood transfusions, while the player's income is fixed, which will not be different because of the A-League Super. Therefore, it is more difficult for the A-League teams to survive. Now there are 24 A-League teams, and at least a dozen of them have blood transfusions from big conglomerates behind them. Those big conglomerates are because the senior executives were loyal fans of these teams when they were young, so they will give blood transfusions at all costs, Fulei said helplessly. This can be regarded as a tragedy of Kangkong. They do not have such a background, and their economy has always been poor, so even if we can enter the A-League, it will be meaningless if we can't enter the Super League. Xinyi finally said. I just have an idea, but I really don't think we can't enter the Super League. As long as we have such a set of methods to build characters, we can recruit a group of outstanding players in the new area. If we work hard, we will have a chance. Zheng Qi waved his fist. We don't need to find those talented guys, ordinary echelon players will do. As long as they are willing to be with us, the temptation of powerful characters is very great. With such a team, we can enter the Super League as long as we are lucky, and then we can succeed. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said very proudly. Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then began to calculate quickly. Yes, they really can't recruit top professional players now, but what about those with ordinary levels? It's not that there are none. Every year, there will be many second-team players in each super team or even a first-class team who can't become members of the first team. The outstanding ones will find a place in the lower league, while the average ones will not have a good place to go. With the reputation of Zheng Qi and his team in District 108, if they can create a group of powerful characters this year, it will be a living advertisement. There will definitely be young players who are willing to join the Extraordinary Guild. In the next year, they will impact the A-level league, and the newcomers will create accounts in the new district. After another year, it is very likely that they will form a strong team and impact the Super League. Thinking of this, Zheng began to think that what Zheng Qi said was indeed feasible, but soon, Dynamic Light Wave poured a basin of cold water on them. This, Laureen, you may have thought wrong. What's wrong? Zheng Qi was stunned. This time we can do so well because our method of pulling hatred is very particular. I commanded where to hit specifically. Only by guiding with some deviations can we better draw the hatred of the boss. Dynamic Light Wave said very embarrassedly. What do you mean? Zheng Qi vaguely remembered that when Dynamic Light Wave was fighting with others for the boss, he would constantly command the output to hit which direction, but those directions seemed very mixed. Is there any pattern? There is a pattern. Dynamic Light Wave nodded. According to the data collected by our Academy of Sciences over the years, the hatred points of some bosses do not generate the same hatred as long as they are hit. In fact, if different parts are hit in a certain way, the maximum hatred point can be generated. This is very complicated. Different parts and different skills generate different hatred points. Our Academy of Sciences has studied this for a long time and has only studied some of the ones that are really sure of these low-level bosses. We are not able to master the higher-level ones very well. In other words, there may not be such good things as now. Zheng Qi was stunned. Dynamic Light Wave nodded. I'm not very sure about the next boss. At most, it can give us some advantages, but we won't grab so much. So, it seems that we can only choose which club to join, Zheng Qi sighed. Oh, I thought we could create a new history. What new history? Everyone else was stunned. A super club formed by a grassroots guild. Isn't this unprecedented? Zheng Qi asked back. Boss, you're overthinking. Early professional clubs were all formed by grassroots guilds. Otherwise, where would professional clubs come from in the first place? The earliest professional league was formed by all the guild teams in the mid-zone, and the 16 winning teams became the Super League teams, and then slowly expanded to the current scale. Shinny said helplessly. Really? But there must be no such thing now. Zheng Qi was still stubborn. In recent decades, there really is no such thing. Zheng nodded. When a league begins to stabilize, it is the time when grassroots forces find it most difficult to gain space. In recent decades, there have been amateur teams that have fought their way up to become Super League teams, but even such teams have operated in amateur competitions for a period of time, formed a guild with decent strength, and then received capital injections to win to the A-level, and then operated for a period of time, accumulating strength to rush to the Super League in one go. This is the most normal process. The stronger and more stable the league is, the more difficult it is to form a team and then be promoted 3 levels in a row to become a Super League team. What a pity, what a pity. It seems that we can only continue to fight. Xiaodong, shouldn't you study more about those new methods to deal with boss? Zheng Qi still didn't give up. It's useless for me to study it. This set of fighting methods needs a commander. Dynamic Light Wave shrugged his shoulders. Isn't it enough to teach it, Commander? Zheng Qi asked. Then you need to tell the other party all the details in detail. Aren't you afraid that this set of operation methods will spread? Then it will be a competition of basic skills again. How can a grassroots team like us compete with those big clubs? Dynamic Light Wave asked back. Well, I haven't thought about this question, Zheng Qi was embarrassed. So, it's okay for us to take advantage of it, but don't think about taking advantage continuously. We still have an advantage in the next boss competition. If we make our characters stronger, we can find a good job in the future. By then, maybe we can form a top combination to challenge the World Championship and 5-time champion. Dynamic Light Wave said with a smile. Well, Xiaodong, I like what you said. Zheng Qi nodded seriously. Then let's start working towards a new record. Although our level has fallen behind, we can still fight for the first of the 3 team dungeons. Chapter 154. Confidence. The next map scene became a European scene, and it was relatively confusing, causing people who are familiar with history to complain. The next 3 heroes are Cleopatra, the Egyptian queen, Octavian, the contemporary head of the Roman Empire, and Hannibal, a famous Carthaginian general who was more than 100 years and nearly 200 years earlier than these two. And, however, in the setting of the game, these 3 celebrities who were not from the same era are in the same era. Octavian led the Roman Empire to conquer Egypt, and Carthage, which had been fighting against Egypt, was dissatisfied with this. Hannibal went on an expedition to Rome for Cleopatra, miraculously crossed the Alps and went straight into the heart of the Roman Empire. When the Roman Empire was about to suffer doom, Egypt and Rome joined forces to defeat Carthage, and there was an incomparable grievance and hatred between the 3 countries, and the whole setting background is written as a bloody love triangle drama. At the beginning, Hannibal and Cleopatra had an ambiguous relationship of mutual respect, enemy and friend. So after Rome conquered Egypt, Hannibal was furious for his beloved and led his army to attack Rome, but was stabbed by his confidante Cleopatra at the critical moment, and his vitality was seriously injured, which revealed hundreds of years of grievances and hatred between Carthage, Rome and Egypt, and this designer must have grown up watching melodramatic romance dramas. Many players have such complaints about this, but most players don't care about the background. They only care about the attributes and settings of these 3 heroes. From now on, the characteristics of heroes will be more mixed. For example, the 3 heroes this time have such characteristics. Cleopatra's 3 skills are more inclined to control, Octavian's 3 skills are inclined to blessing, and as for Hannibal, its 3 skills are inclined to kill opponents and make up for its own losses in fast movement. Zheng Qi and his team first entered the pyramid of the Egyptian map, and the final boss was Cleopatra. For Zheng Qi and his team, the lack of a death squad is the biggest problem, but their advantages are not small. The extra attribute points accumulated during this period are enough to make them 1/4 stronger than other teams in character strength. In this case, they can boldly pay more physical value in some cases to get the speed of killing opponents. During this period, their cooperation with each other has made enough progress, and more importantly, they have a good commander like Dynamic Light Wave. Although Dynamic Light Wave has been saying that his command can only target monsters in the game, because he is very familiar with the information of these monsters, it is useless when picking with people. However, other people don't care about this. PK is not very important now. The key is to see how far they can go in the dungeon. The map of the new area is indeed random. Although there may be some rules, it is completely scattered. This is the difficulty of opening up new land. However, for Dynamic Lightwave, he can probably guess how the monsters in the team dungeon will react. Timely command and response can make the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild suffer a little loss at the beginning when they encounter unexpected emergencies, and then quickly make up for it. Now that the number of heroes is increased, the level that players can play is also gradually improving. Among the 12 heroes now, there are 4 or 5 skills that can restore physical value, and there are also 4 or 5 skills that can move quickly. In this case, the excellence of the technology will also determine the speed of pushing the dungeon. This is not a problem for Zheng Qi and others. So, half an hour after they entered the dungeon, a system message flashed. Rin Pinsheng's team from the 5th Guild took the lead in winning the first brush at the Pyramid Dungeon, and each team will be awarded 2 attribute points. After losing the first brush at the team dungeon 3 times, the 5th Guild once again made a strong attack and made up for the lost reputation. This system message made the 5th Guild members who chose to stay at the turn feel that they did not stay in vain. Such continuous good news can improve the cohesion of the players. Although the 5th Guild still does not have the ultimate cohesion object like the professional club, relying on Zheng Qi and his team alone is enough to keep the cohesion of the guild for a long time. Of course, as they enter the Myth District, such cohesion will no longer exist, but for this year's new district, it is enough. After the first brush, it is the 5th brush. For an elite team with professional standards, the most difficult part of the team dungeon is the first time, because there are unpredictable situations. It is much easier to pass it next time. The only difficulty is to increase the speed. The 5th Guild elite team, brave and diligent, broke through the 5 dungeons again and got the second reward. Although the 5 copies wasted a lot of time, resulting in no one being able to get the rewards for the personal copy, for a guild, getting the 1st and 5th copies of the team copy can truly prove their strength. Personal copies only mean excellent personal ability, and team copies can prove the overall strength of the guild's elite team. For players, after entering the new area, upgrading is their motivation. At the same time, there will be a carnival every once in a while, which is their carnival. Before that, they will have fun. Until they reach level 80, they will be divided into two classes. The first is to have the operating level to enter the myth area, which will be a brand new world, and the second is to enter the myth area without the operating level. Some of them choose to leisurely level up and fight monsters in the ordinary area to hone their operating level. Every day, many players who have been in the ordinary area for a long time enter the myth area, and many will choose to go to the new area every year to make new friends. For professional players, upgrading is a very boring thing after all, their operations are already qualified. The key to upgrading in the new area is to create a powerful character. Under this goal, boredom will also become a motivation. But for Zheng Qi and the others, their roles have been built quite successfully. Even if they follow the routine, their roles will not be too bad. For Butler Meng, who knows Zheng Qi's character well, he is now worried about one thing, that is, Zheng Qi will not practice well because he feels bored. However, Zheng Qi's performance every day is always so enthusiastic. Even if Butler Meng stipulates that he can only use the skills of 3 heroes every day, he has never felt lazy. This makes Butler Meng a little strange. Master, you have been training very hard recently. One day after leaving the holographic cabin, Butler Meng gasped strangely. It's okay, I think it's the same as usual. Zheng Qi laughed. Butler Meng was a little speechless, fighting monsters and upgrading during the day, and improving himself according to the training plan given by Butler Meng at night. He was busy all day long, but Zheng Qi didn't feel impatient at all. He was extremely enthusiastic every day, which made Butler Meng a little strange. There are so many details to pay attention to, which makes me feel that I have to train seriously every day. Otherwise, how can I compete with guys like Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's? Zheng Qi sighed while eating. Compete? Butler Meng was stunned. Didn't you agree with Zheng Qi and Fei to join Chengfeng and challenge the 5-time champion? Well, such a strong guy, if it is a teammate, it is not very interesting. Competing with them is the real fun. Zheng Qi laughed. You have ambition, young master. Butler Meng couldn't help but praise. It's not that you have ambition, Uncle Meng, you said that a talented teenager like me is destined to be a top professional player, so naturally you have to do some difficult things. Go to a top club at the beginning, then hug your thighs to get owners, and then be dissatisfied with not being the top player, and make a fuss about transferring to a team without strong players to prove yourself. Isn't this a bit hypocritical? Zheng Qi asked back. Young master, are you satirizing someone? Butler Meng said after thinking for a while. No, I'm not referring to anyone in particular. I just think that if you really have ambition, you should be the boss from the beginning, let everyone be willing to help you, and then become the boss of a top club, and get some owners that no one has ever gotten before. This is a career without blemishes. Zheng Qi replied. It sounds very encouraging, but young master, don't you worry that you won't be able to get good owners? Asked Butler Meng. There is no such thing as something that can be obtained easily. Just go for it. If I can get it, it means I am strong. If I can't get it, it means I am not strong enough. If it really doesn't work, it is normal to hug thighs and get 1 or 2 important owners in the late stage of my career. Zheng Qi laughed. Young master, you are mocking others again, Butler Meng replied. Really? You think too much, Uncle Meng, you really think too much. If you say so, you can't talk anymore. Whatever you say can be analyzed as mocking others. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said indifferently. Master, these words should be said in private. Don't say them too much outside. Otherwise, it will easily cause some disputes. Butler Meng advised. Well, I will remember it. I really want to upgrade to level 80 quickly and then enter the myth zone. There will be more top players there, right? Zheng Qi said with some yearning. There are indeed many top players in the myth zone. Professional players often appear, and the elite groups of those big guilds are basically composed of former professional players. The overall level is much higher than that of the ordinary zone. Butler Meng nodded. I don't know when I can reach level 80. I'm only level 45 now. Zheng Qi sighed. Don't worry, various hero materials also need to be accumulated. After the hero is upgraded to the top level, it can have a better effect. You have to adapt to such changes. Butler Meng thought for a while. Generally speaking, it takes 7 or 8 months to enter the myth zone. At your speed, it may only take half a year. Chapter 155 Pandora's Box. Zheng Qi and his team were indeed upgrading very fast. Although they were no longer the top players, they were able to reach level 40 inches more than 2 months, which was considered the first echelon in any new zone. The fact was that the top player was Liu Shibo's Unmoved, who was only a little over level 46. The other elite teams of the guilds were almost all at this level. Zheng Qi and his team were slightly behind, in the second tier. But even in the second tier, they were much higher than most players. Although these players were already at level 40, most players were only at level 36 or 37. For ordinary players, it would take about 10 months to reach level 80, which was enough to enter the myth zone, while semi-professional players only needed 8 months. 8 months was the latest record. Generally speaking, semi-professional players could shorten it to 7 months, but looking at the level list of this zone, the first batch of players who were qualified to enter the myth zone would appear in 6 months, and Zheng Qi and his team would certainly be one of them. Although the more experience you need to upgrade, in fact, after reaching level 50, upgrading is actually very fast, because when the football era just started, level 50 was the cap. At this level, there are more dungeons for players to upgrade. From level 50 to level 80, the team dungeons that produce hero cards are much more than before. Similarly, the experience gained will naturally be much more. In fact, in the later stage, it is the acquisition of materials that stumps players. The acquisition of equipment materials itself is a major difficulty for ordinary players. Guild exchange can solve this problem to a certain extent. However, for top players like Zheng Qi, it is even more difficult to obtain hero materials. Constantly brushing dungeons and exchanging hero upgrade materials in the guild through hero cards is also a difficult thing, which requires long-term persistence. Of course, if you upgrade quickly and have excellent personal operation skills, it will be much easier to obtain materials after quickly reaching the myth zone. Of course, the premise is that there must be strong enough guild support in the myth zone to get more. After all, even if there are many dungeons in the myth zone, the probability of dropping hero cards and equipment materials is much higher than in the ordinary zone, but the output in the dungeon is still limited. In this case, the competition for wild boss has become the top priority. Otherwise, why do those professional players spend a long time in that game every day to brush dungeons and fight boss? In addition to the extremely low probability of hitting the extra attribute point reward, it is also a very important factor for the guild to obtain more boss. In the game confrontation in the myth zone, more exciting scenes can often appear. In professional competitions, what is fought is personal skills and tactical command. Once the players of two professional clubs face each other in the game, the situation will be more complicated. On the one hand, there are helpers from other guild members, and on the other hand, all heroes can be used. If they want to fight, it will be more tragic. Even for top players like Liu Shibo's, it is common to die several times a day in the game. Fortunately, the setting of football era is that only experience is dropped upon death, and equipment and level are not dropped. However, before the experience is made up, the attribute is lost according to the amount of experience lost. Moreover, when professional players participate in professional competitions, even if the experience loss leads to a decrease in attributes, it will not affect the professional competition. Their attributes are locked in professional competitions. Of course, even so, after losing experience, professional players will find a way to brush the dungeon to make up for the experience, otherwise, the attributes in the game are reduced, which is enough to deal with ordinary players. If you encounter the same professional players, the attributes are poor, and the loss is great. It is precisely because of this that players have a full yearning for the myth area of football era. There is a high probability that they can fight side by side with the professional players of the club. Such yearning will motivate them to watch professional competitions on the spot. If a great player is killed by themselves in the game, it will become a topic of conversation for players. So the days that follow will seem a bit boring to everyone. Zheng Qi and his team kept leveling up, constantly improving their levels, brushing dungeons and killing wild monsters every day, and after the daily leveling time passed, Zheng Qi would continue to strengthen his skills in the game according to the training content arranged by Bartolomeng. Although the game can automatically let players control the ball, this does not make you much easier. In the professional league, your own ball control and passing skills are also very important. If you only rely on the system settings to control the ball, it is extremely easy for the opponent to intercept the ball. The footwork of professional players is not inferior to that of the previous top players. After all, in the game, the obstacles of physical fitness will not become obstacles. Any profession can have the skills and footwork of professional players as long as they are willing to train seriously. People without this talent will not be able to become professional players. Zheng Qi listened to Butlermeng's teachings. He was a person who could listen to others' advice, and Butlermeng did not only instruct Zheng Qi, but also told other people in the team some training methods. But Chaos Mad Knife and Su Jing each had a training plan that was close to their characteristics. Do you want to give one to the others as well? Zheng Qi has always been quite generous. If the others want it, I can give it to them, but not to the 4 people who are wandering around. They are not young, and they are all veterans who have been fighting for many years. There is not much room for improvement. Learning the basic training methods is enough for them to improve. Butlermeng replied. Well, what about Fei Ji and Xiaodong? Zheng Qi asked. They are actually too unique, and they know their own uniqueness very well. They are not bad at all in terms of basics, and are even better than you. I don't need to give them a special training plan. As long as they keep getting stronger, that's enough. Butlermeng thought for a while and replied. It seems that I am the pure novice, right? Zheng Qi curled his lips. What about Fanshan? His situation is similar. He has reached the peak of his level and will not make much progress. It seems that Kanqing has a good coach, so his skills are hoped to be so proficient. Butlermeng replied. Then it seems I don't have to worry about anything. I'll keep training hard and become the best professional player. Zheng Qi waved his fist. I believe that you can do it, young master. Butlermeng nodded. You have extraordinary talent, and although you were a newcomer to Football Era, you have played almost all the games derived from Football Era. Although Football Era is much more sophisticated than those games, some of the core things are the same. Your foundation is already very good, you just need to make slight changes to be outstanding enough. Uncle Meng, when I become a professional player, I will give you an extra coaching salary. Zheng Qi said, the salary you get as a butler now is too low. It's okay, I'm very happy to be a butler. Butlermeng smiled slightly. As for the coaching salary, you can't afford me now. Zheng Qi was speechless. After thinking about it carefully, this was true. The salary he gave was generous enough for a full-time butler, but the salary of a private coach was much higher than that of a butler. What's more, in Zheng Qi's opinion, Butlermeng was no worse than those top professional coaches. Ha ha ha, I don't have much money now, so I just let it go. Uncle Meng, I'm not stingy. Zheng Qi laughed. Of course, I just want to be a housekeeper. Butlermeng smiled. The following days began to seem a little calm. The guilds did not bother the 5th guild again, of course, because they knew that it was useless to bother them. Their elite team needed to level up quickly and build powerful accounts, and Zheng Qi and his team also needed to level up quickly. Under this premise, who has time to bother others? Common progress is the kingly way. Of course, when it comes to the carnival, we still have to compete. The 5th carnival came when the highest level player reached level 50. This carnival does not seem to be much different from the usual carnivals, but for the bosses of each club, it is something to pay close attention to. If the elite team of the 5th guild can still grab dozens of bosses like last time, then the method of pooling bosses mastered by this team is really worth discussing. If this method is expanded, then the competition will enter a point that no one can control the hatred point of the boss. Can you keep grabbing the boss? Then in the ordinary area and the myth area, I'm afraid it will be a bloody storm. The competition for the boss in the ordinary area determines whether the powerful characters can be created smoothly, and the competition for the boss in the myth area determines to what extent the potential of these characters can be improved. If the previous competition was limited to the 108th area, then it is possible to expand to the entire myth area, including the professional league. If it happens, it will be an unprecedented change. If it doesn't happen, then it's okay, everything will remain the same. Such a change may not be a good thing. If the competition is too fierce, then the top players will definitely become a scarce resource. Unlike now, the difference between ordinary players and great players is not big, and the club has enough room to choose. If there really were a super account with more than 1000 points that only a few players had, and other players' accounts couldn't even maintain the 700-point level, the excitement of the league would probably decline, and that would be a disaster for the professional league. This is Pandora's box. Once opened, it would bring unpredictable consequences. Chapter 156. The Path of Confident People. Some of the club's top executives were worried, some were excited, and some were looking forward to it. But Zheng Qi and his team were relatively calm. Because they knew that they did not master any big killer weapons, or in other words, they only mastered the techniques that allowed them to gain some advantages in grabbing boss. In other words, they had a golden finger, but this golden finger was not exaggerated, not against the sky, and could only allow them to take some small advantages. So, when the fourth carnival came, Zheng Qi and his team began to continue sweeping around and grabbing boss. To grab boss, it is inevitable to confront the elite teams of other guilds. Under this confrontation, the against-the-sky nature of their previous techniques was immediately revealed. The dynamic light wave was still constantly commanding, but the hatred of the boss could no longer be easily pulled away by them like last time. After all, for the members of the elite team, the technique of attacking the hatred point of the boss to pull hatred is considered a basic skill, and the competition is about who is more accurate and whose command is more exquisite. Zheng Qi and his team were able to take advantage of the situation. After all, Dynamic Lightwave was a good commander. However, he did not have as detailed and meticulous knowledge of the next boss as before. Therefore, Zheng Qi and his team were evenly matched and could still win most of the time when they were fighting for the boss. However, if the opponent had already attracted some hatred, it would be difficult to grab the boss. Under such circumstances, after the first day of the carnival, the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild had defeated 11 bosses. This was a very good result, but compared with the 20 bosses the previous day, it was just average. Moreover, their luck today was quite good. Many bosses were afresh near them. In this way, Zheng Qi and his team could naturally stabilize the hatred faster, and then take down the boss through stronger hatred pooling techniques. This performance is very eye-catching, but it is a performance that can be achieved by technology. When such news spread, all the club bosses breathed a sigh of relief. They are not afraid of the emergence of several powerful players. No matter how strong the players are, they only have a professional career of 10 years, and there will always be ways to deal with them. What they're afraid of is that such players will continue to appear, so that the competition will become even more unpredictable. Continue to observe. Such instructions will continue until the end of the carnival in this new area. At the time, it will be truly judged whether the Extraordinary Guild Elite team does not have such a heaven-defying means. If they have such a heaven-defying means, they will not be able to forbear. After all, even if it spreads, they can seize the opportunity, such as creating a few characters that will not be surpassed in a short time. This is the most beneficial to them personally. A strong player will have great convenience and honor, but for the club, it is nothing. The Fifth Guild was not created by the club, so it would not look at the long term and create 1 or 2 top characters every year. It was nothing more than that wave. Under such circumstances, individual players could not resist the temptation to make their characters more powerful and only create a relatively mediocre account. Just think about Lucian back then. In order to create the strongest account, he even destroyed a great account with more than 800 points. The mentality of the players can be seen. As long as you don't have the means to defy the heavens, there won't be too many problems. What happened on the second day of the carnival once again made everyone feel a little relieved. The Fifth Guild's luck seemed to be a little worse on this day. The refreshed boss was far away from them. At the end of the day, their results were 7 boss, and they couldn't even keep the first place in the boss kill list that had lasted for a long time. The first place was taken away by Zheng, who was extremely lucky. They took 9 boss. The second place was not the Fifth Guild. The Southern Elite team, which took 8 boss, took the second place. Their method of attracting hatred is much worse than before, and in the first carnival, they only relied on a few outstanding players in PK to grab 18 bosses, so I can be roughly sure that they don't have any outstanding method of attracting hatred. The reason why they were able to achieve such a near-miraculous result last time should be that they're only particularly familiar with those 6 bosses, or even just the 2 bosses on the last day. Liu Shibo said to Chen Fen. He explained it in great detail, especially the 2 encounters today with the Extraordinary Guild Elite team. He described it in even more detail. It was not easy for the Southern Country Elite team today. They encountered the Extraordinary Guild Elite team twice. Although it was rare, in such a chaotic situation where everyone was running around, many elite teams might not meet once a day. Liu Shibo and his team met Zheng Qi and his team twice. It was a narrow road for enemies. When they met for the first time, Liu Shibo and his team were the first to encounter the boss. Then they focused their fire and pulled hatred, pulling about 1/10 of the hatred. At this time, Zheng Qi and his team appeared and started to grab without saying a word. The 2 sides pulled hatred very steadily, making the boss move back and forth, unable to concentrate on output to a certain guy. When it was finally killed, it did not cause any damage. In this process, if you deduct the 10% hatred that Liu Shibo and his team had already taken away, Zheng Qi and his team got 48% of the remaining 90% hatred, occupying a considerable advantage, but overall it was still a bitter defeat. During the second encounter, Zheng Qi and his team were earlier and grabbed about 5% of the hatred. At this time, Liu Shibo and his team put in 120% of their energy to grab hatred, but in the end they only grabbed 45% of hatred, which was a clear loss. In other words, if they actually encountered each other at the same time, their hatred pooling method would allow them to grab 6 to 7% more hatred. Chen Feng asked carefully, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, our personnel composition is theoretically better than theirs, and their methods are indeed good. Liu Shibo nodded. It's pretty good. Chen Feng admitted it, but soon laughed. But it's not to the point of exaggeration. They may have some research in this area, but this kind of research is something that our club's technical department can find a way to make up for. The overall situation will not change. They do have a few outstanding people. Rin Pingshen, who wants to fly, their skills are probably a little better than mine, and the dynamic light wave, it was after his joining that the Fifth and Guild's boss snatching made a leap forward. Chaos Mad Knife and Quiet Shadow Kenbai have also shown good potential and are improving almost every day. Coupled with the potential that the Fifth and Guild represents in the new area, I think our club should find a way to recruit them, which will definitely make us stronger as a whole. Liu Shibo said very sincerely. Your idea is correct, but the club has more considerations. Chen Feng nodded. They do have extraordinary potential, but we have to take into account that such players all have extremely strong personal styles. Yashing Xi Bang Fei's style is frontal attack, which is quite powerful, while Rin Pingshen's style is agile and one-hit kill. Their personal styles are quite obvious. If we want to bring out their level, we need to build a team around them. If there is only one such player, then it can be relatively easy to integrate, but two, it is difficult to fit two such people into our tactical lineup. On the contrary, I value you more. You are the talent we lack now, so don't let your role hold you back. I'll try my best. Liu Shibo nodded. But these two people will definitely be useful to our first team. Not every outstanding player can come to our team. Chen Feng sighed. The two of them are very good striker partners, but what about us? We can't accommodate such a striker partner in our lineup. After Chen Feng said this helplessly, Liu Shibo understood. The reason why Southern China was able to achieve the third place in the Super League is because of their offensive. Although they don't have a strong player like Lu Xiaoshan who can break through the formation, nor a tactical master like Li Qing's, their attack group can be said to be the strongest in the league. 4 or 5 strong offensive players make it difficult for Chen Feng to arrange them. These people are not really old. They are all in their prime years and have been in the team for a long time. It is enough to give Chen Feng enough playing time. If 2 talented newcomers are added, it will really be a mess. It is not possible to get good results by putting all the good players together. There are many examples of a luxurious lineup that makes people suffocate, but there is no good result. Chen Feng will naturally not repeat the same mistake. What Southern China lacks now is good defensive players. They are relatively lacking, so Chen Feng is more optimistic about Liu Shibo's prospects in the club. Even Wu Xun and others are such good defensive seedlings. For Chen Feng, building a solid defense line is the only way to improve the strength of the South Country. Chen Feng would not do such an unwise thing as not improving the obvious defects and only piling up the offensive players in the front court. So, it's a pity. Liu Shibo sighed. Don't feel sorry. After all, not every good player can come to our team. If Yashing Xi Bang Fei can reach the level of Lu Xiaoshan, if Zheng Qi can reach the level of Li Qing's, then we will naturally try our best to get them. But now it seems that they have not reached such a point. And seeing that they choose to impact the new district by themselves instead of going to a club for trial training first, we know that they want to take another path and let the club back them. Chen Feng laughed. Yes, this is a path that only very confident people can take. Liu Shibo nodded. If he is not very confident, who dares to take such a path? If he is not very capable, how can Rin Pingshen and others create such a good situation in the new district? Chapter 157 We can invest 18 bosses in 2 days, the results are not bad. Zheng Qi said to others. If this word spread, he would probably be criticized to death. Even for a big club, being able to get 18 bosses in 3 days is an amazing result. Although Changfeng and Nanguo got 9 and 8 bosses respectively today, their results the day before were much worse than this. How could they be so stable? Well, but it's also because we have been lucky all the time. We have encountered many bosses. If we really fight, we only have a little advantage, so we can't waste every extra attribute point. Butler Meng said. But my current character is also very powerful, Zheng Qi smiled. Not counting the gains of the past 2 days, he has already got 155 extra attribute points, although this includes the extra attribute points obtained sporadically by killing wild monsters, but even if these are not counted, his extra attribute points plus the 550 attribute points that he can definitely get are enough for him to get a professional level account. And he is only in his 40s now, and there are still enough attribute points for him to grab. The other members of the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild may not have received as many extra attribute points as Zheng Qi, but they were not bad either. After all, everyone received the same rewards for team dungeon records and carnival rewards. Zheng Qi and Zhang simply took advantage of the new zone at the beginning, and were ahead of the others by more than 10 or 20 extra attribute points. After reaching level 80, their team was considered quite combat effective. No professional club has come to us yet. These clubs are really picky, Zheng Qi complained. We need to plan carefully before we act. After all, the scale of professional clubs is different now. When the professional league was first established, the professional clubs that emerged were looking for people all over the world. If there was a good skill, they would bring him to the training camp. That was really a mess. Maybe a team performed well for a period of time, but the next moment, another team would emerge a genius to beat this team. At the time, talent was the most important thing. Newcomers in the game would be scrambled for by the clubs. Now it's different. The clubs have their own mechanism for promoting talents, and of course they won't easily bring in a few grassroots. Butler Mink smiled and said, "And your performance is too amazing. If you want to recruit you in advance, you have to pay a great price, and you will also bear the unknown failure. Of course, the clubs will be more cautious. Just do your best." Zhang said simply. This idea is right. If you are strong, you will not have to worry about having nowhere to go. Butler Mink nodded. What if the clubs that like us are different at the time? Then won't the brothers have to serve their own masters? Then I will start to be vigilant against you now. Zheng Qi shouted. Boss, I will definitely follow you. Liuanzi Quangdao immediately expressed his loyalty. Isn't it too early to worry about this now? Yixin Shangfei said coldly. I just don't accept it. When the time comes, maybe I won't join anyone, but will pull a group of people to fight them. Make them regret it. Zheng Qi waved his fist. No one else has done you wrong, Fu Lei couldn't help laughing. After a chat, everyone chose to go offline and have a good rest. After everyone else went offline, Zheng Qi was about to go offline, but was stopped by Su Jing. Sister Su, what's the matter? Zheng Qi asked. I want to talk to you about something. Su Jing laughed. Okay, let's talk. Zheng Qi asked. Let's go to the arena. Su Jing smiled and said, Lu Li will come later. Zheng Qi nodded. The arena is a very closed and independent place. If you want to talk about something, it will be very quiet. After entering the arena, Su Jing took the initiative to challenge Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi naturally accepted this opportunity and immediately had a PK with Su Jing. There was nothing much to say about the PK between players. The switching and operation of skills and the reaction of the players determined the final victory or defeat. Su Jing was now very good at using skills, and she also had a very good grasp of timing. Although Zheng Qi attacked flexibly in all directions, she was still able to hold her ground and counter his moves. Of course, Su Jing still lost in the end. It was always very strenuous to be beaten passively, but she persisted for more than 2 minutes, which surprised Zheng Qi. In Zheng Qi's opinion, Su Jing's level before was amazing to be able to support 1 minute under his flexible back and forth attack. Now it seems that Su Jing's progress is really huge. The two came out of the arena, and Lu Li also entered the room at this time. She and Su Jing found a place to sit down casually, but Zheng Qi did not sit down. Instead, he jumped on the spot to control the ball. While controlling the ball, he asked, What's wrong? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? It was agreed in advance that I no longer have the account of the Epoch King of Football, and I can't help your company to play in the game. Don't make a fuss, that was a very rare situation, and general commercial bidding would not require competition from this aspect. Lu Li grinned. Then why did you look for me? Zheng Qi asked. I want to ask, are you really going to form a team to impact the Super Elite? Su Jing suddenly asked after thinking for a while. I have this idea, but there are still many practical difficulties. Fei Jie wants to go to Changqing and probably won't stay. We want to form a team, but there are not enough people. Even for amateur competitions, there must be 11 people. How can we have so many people? Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. In fact, manpower is easy to say. There are so many people in the guild now. Some newcomers have very good operation level. When the time comes, it won't cost too much to pull them over to play amateur competitions. But turning over and meeting each other and wandering in the heart of the key. Entering the first-class league is not particularly difficult with our level. The difficulty lies in how to enter the Super League and how to pull out the entire framework of the club. Su Jing thought for a while and said, "That's right. It's not that easy to build a club, so Fake's idea is actually more realistic. Join a strong team and strive for some owners." Zheng Qi nodded. "If you really have such an idea, our group can invest," Su Jing suddenly said. "Ah?" Zheng Qi was stunned. Su Jing's expression was serious. "I have talked to my father. You helped our company overcome the difficulties before. Now our company is completely on the right track and has won quite a lot of orders for the production of holographic cabins. For an ordinary company to reach this point, it has reached its limit. If you want to expand your influence, you have to create a greater influence on the football-era professional team." "There are many professional clubs," Zheng Qi replied. "He is not a newcomer who knows nothing now. At least now he will watch any professional games he has the opportunity to watch. Naturally, he knows the composition of professional teams. Although the super clubs are supported by top financial groups, not all first-class teams are supported by top financial groups. The financial situation of many first-class teams is not very good. If you want to invest, these clubs are more complete. Such a club can certainly be investing, but the influence it brings will not be very great. The potential development of many Class A clubs has reached its limit, and it is difficult to attract new fans. Our guild is different. Although we have nothing yet, in fact, we have great potential to be developed," Su Jing said seriously. "There may be some personal feelings mixed here, but in fact, if it succeeds, it will expand the reputation of our company to an incomparable extent, because this is a legend, a miracle, and legends and miracles can always bring more attraction. You suddenly tell me this now. I haven't thought about it yet. I'm not even level 80, isn't it too early to consider this now?" Zheng Qi scratched his head and said with some distress, "Of course it's a bit early, our company has not developed to such a good point, but I just want to let you know that if you want to form a club, then there will be such an option as this." Su Jing smiled. "No problem. If you really want to form a club, I will talk to you, Sister Su." Zheng Qi played 2 tricks of dribbling the ball. You can also practice it when you have nothing to do. It will be very helpful for your sense of the ball. Su Jing and Lu Li looked at each other and laughed at the same time. "I've been practicing," Su Jing replied. "Then I'll go first. I have personal training tonight." Zheng Qi stepped on the ball and said to Su Jing, "Oh, by the way, don't tell anyone about the thing I just said. It's not even started yet," Su Jing emphasized. "I know, I'll talk about it later." Zheng Qi smiled. After Zheng Qi went offline, Lu Li was stunned for a while, and then asked Su Jing, "Do you think he really wants to form a team to impact the Super League?" "I don't know, but he always mentions this matter, which shows that at least he still has such an idea in his subconscious. He is not a person who likes to be bound. If he joins a club, he will suffer a lot with his personality. And if he really wants to impact the Super League, our company's investment in him is also a very worthwhile investment. At least my father thinks this is a very necessary move. Yes, investing in a newly formed grassroots team to impact the top league, as long as it succeeds, it is really the legendary profit." Lu Li couldn't help but sigh. The 20 teams in the Chinese Super League are backed by the most powerful consortiums in China. If a general consortium can join their ranks, the potential benefits it brings are enormous. Zheng Group is just an ordinary company in City G. If it can become a shareholder of a super team, it will be highly regarded by the other party everywhere, bringing enough invisible convenience. If it is operated well, it can indeed allow a medium-sized company to smoothly pass the bottleneck of development. Chapter 158 Chen Feng's Expedition. In the 5th Carnival, the elite team of the 5th Guild finally got 25 bosses. 11 on the first day, 7 on the second and third days. Although this number is also large, it is not a number that any club or guild can never reach. If you are lucky, it is not difficult to get such a number of bosses. I got an extra 170 attribute points. After the day was over, Zheng Qi said to Yixing Xibang Fei with satisfaction. 163. Yixing Xibang Fei answered simply. "TSK, you two are really amazing. I only have a little over 100 points so far." Fu Lei couldn't help but sigh. Although he caught up with the most games, he felt behind too much before. But even so, he felt that he had no problem getting an account with 700 attribute points. However, after seeing the dynamic light wave, Fule felt a little sad again. The dynamic light wave came later than him, but in terms of extra attribute points, it was more than 20 points more than him. It was not that he grabbed enough extra attribute points in the copy, but in terms of the luck of scattered attribute points, the dynamic light wave was amazing. Up to now, the others have only obtained 20 to 30 scattered attribute points, while the dynamic light wave has obtained about 60 scattered attribute points. This is not impossible, but it requires strong luck, and no matter how strong the technology is, it cannot be mastered. Zheng Qi's desire to fly represents a strong operation, and the dynamic light wave represents a strong luck, but Fule, who has been in the business for 10 years, does not have these 2 points. However, after 10 years of ups and downs, Fule has already had a calm enough mentality. Continue to upgrade and create better characters. Zheng Qi waved his arms. He has gradually become the backbone of this team. Yixing Xibang Fei's operation is also excellent. At the same time, Shinzo Ilang and the other 4 are his best friends. However, Yixing Xibang Fei rarely speaks and is taciturn. Dynamic light wave is also excellent and brings a method of pooling monsters that can grab more bosses. However, he is relatively young after all. Although he looks stable, he does not want to take the initiative to lead the whole team, although he plays the role of a commander when pooling monsters. In this way, Zheng Qi is pushed to the position of team leader. In fact, Zheng Qi is not a qualified leader, but his enthusiasm and passion can well catalyze the overall fighting spirit of a team, just like now. Originally, after each carnival, the mood of the team would be relatively low, because compared with the carnival, ordinary monster spawning is very boring, but now he is waving his arms and shouting, and the others immediately have more interest. Upgrade quickly and prepare for the next carnival. Now the members of the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild are extremely eager for the carnival. After all, there are at least 20 extra attribute points to be obtained each time, which is a must-have for Zheng Qi and his team. The first 5 carnivals occurred in the range of levels 20 to 50. In the football era, the level before 20 is the novice stage, which allows players to familiarize themselves with the basic operations. At level 20, players will begin to familiarize themselves with the operation of heroes. Between levels 20 and 50, a total of 15 heroes will be produced. These heroes have relatively obvious characteristics, which can give players a general understanding of the characteristics of the heroes of the football era. After reaching level 50, the drop of heroes will not be fixed, but random. Whether it is a personal copy or a team copy, there have been great changes compared to before. Although there is still 1 personal copy and 1 team copy every 2 levels, the items dropped have begun to change. In the personal copy, there is a chance to randomly drop the hero cards of the 15 heroes before level 50, and in the team copy, there will be 3 bosses. These 3 bosses are not divided into number 1, number 2, and number 3 as before, but are all big bosses, composed of 3 heroes in this map. The number of bosses is 3 times more than before, and the number of heroes is also 3 times more than before. In this way, after reaching level 80, players can have a total of 60 heroes, which are also all 60 heroes in football era. When you reach the myth area, hero cards will be randomly dropped in each copy, which is mainly based on these 60 heroes. The materials required for hero upgrades are quite a lot. How to upgrade your best hero to the top is a very critical thing. For professional players, although most of them are really good at only 20 to 30 heroes, this number is definitely enough. After all, in professional competitions, only 10 heroes can be selected to play. There are 20 to 30 heroes in the hero pool, which is enough to constantly exchange, so that the opponent needs to spend a lot of time to observe which 10 heroes he brought out. In this case, of course, all the heroes you are good at need to be upgraded to the top level, otherwise, the opponent can judge in advance from this aspect. The more heroes are upgraded to the top level, the more heroes can be selected in professional competitions. The greater the tactical role that can be played will also be. At level 50, players have to work hard to play more hero cards to exchange materials for upgrading their heroes. After the hero is upgraded, the cooling time of the skill points will be much shorter. Originally, only 3 skills can be used in 5 minutes. If the hero is upgraded to the maximum level, it can be used about 10 times. Such skill switching naturally makes the player's lethality much greater. At the same time, in the range of level 50 to level 80, the number of carnivals did not increase significantly, but the number of bosses that could be refreshed in the carnival was doubled compared to before. During this period, the number of bosses that the elite team could obtain often doubled compared to before. Whether the semi-professional players could get enough extra attribute points often depended on the results of this period. Days began to pass one by one, and all the members of the elite team began to work hard to level up, brush dungeons, and fight for materials. There was naturally nothing to say about the things in between. There were competitions and collisions, but relatively speaking, everyone was already familiar with this rhythm. Compared with the normal competition in District 108, the league during this period began to have waves. In the first 10 rounds, Zheng and Qi were far ahead of the others and showed a good state. When the league entered the middle stage, other teams also began to have good performances. In the 12th round, Zheng encountered an obstacle and was defeated by Nanguo, and Qi was not in a good state and was tied by Tianlong. In the 14th round, Zheng and Qi both suffered a draw, while Nanguo surpassed these two teams after a series of victories and climbed to the top of the standings. However, their performance fluctuated afterwards. Shen Hua rose strongly and led the standings from the 17th round until the 24th round. As a result, they were defeated by Zheng in a face-to-face contest and gave up the first place. So far, the first half of the league has ended, and Zheng is about to participate in the East Asian Cup. Although they have encountered some twists and turns, Zheng's strength seems to have been demonstrated again. In the league, they are still the team with the fewest losses and the number of draws is not large. Although Qi has one less loss than them, the number of draws is more, and the gap between Qi and them has gradually widened. Similarly, although clubs like Shenhua and Nanguo still have the strength and possibility to challenge the championship, as the league progresses, they are afraid that it will be difficult for them to achieve such an achievement. However, the coming Asian Games will give them some opportunities. Although there are not many Asian Games, the opponents are all those of the East Asian powers. The teams of Japan, South Korea and India are all quite strong, especially India, a populous country with a very deep foundation in the world of football. Although everyone has great confidence in Zheng to win the East Asian Championship and even the World Championship, after fighting with the East Asian powers, how much good form can Zheng still use in the domestic league? Zheng certainly has the sharpest spear in the league, but after piercing the bodies of the East Asian powers and even the world powers, how much sharpness can this spear still have to be invincible again in the domestic arena? Such a statement seems a bit shameless, but if you want to get all the owners, you have to face a schedule that is more difficult than all opponents. Only in such a cruel environment will the 5-time champion be considered the greatest honor in the world, an honor that no one has ever been able to obtain. Zheng is ambitious and confident. They want to move towards the greatest honor. Although the competition in the domestic league is so fierce, it will not shake their confidence in the slightest. The East Asian League has a long schedule, but there are many countries in each continent. The continents with more countries, such as Asia, Europe and America, are divided into 2 zones for competition, so that the number of games can be compressed to less than 10. Africa is a bit special. There are many African countries, but they are not divided into 2 zones. However, there are not many countries with complete football-era leagues, so the schedule can be arranged well. In a month, Zheng will play 7 games. Although the pressure is great, there is no fear in Zheng. With a great goal, there will naturally be no fear of war. Zheng, go to the battle. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 159. Several months later, in the blink of an eye, it has been almost 5 months. Looking back at what happened in the football era in the past 5 months, Zheng Qi also felt that it was a bit long. This is really different from the previous live broadcast of the football era king. At the time, Zheng Qi had no concept of how long time passed. It was probably because the situation encountered every day was basically the same, but now, the situation encountered every day is not quite the same. The league has been over for 24 rounds, but only 5 months have passed this year. It seems a bit wrong, but in fact, the Chinese league has a strict schedule in the first half, and it will be more relaxed in the second half. This is because in the second half of the year, enough time must be left for the World Championship. The league starts in February and ends in the first half of May. Then there is a month of rest and a month of Asian competition time. After the Asian competition, there is half a month of rest. During this period, other teams that do not have Asian competition tasks will have various invitational competitions to participate in, which is an important way to earn income. The next league will not start until mid-August. The remaining 14 rounds of the league will be completed in 2.5 months. After the league is over, it will be the World Championship in November. There is no cross-year league now. All seasons are 1 year. After all, in the game, there will be no problem of weather affecting the game. In this way, the game time in various places is unified, making the globalization of the football era more smoothly. In the game, Zheng Qi and his upgrade speed has slowed down. The highest level now is Liu. His ID moving as a mountain has risen to level 70, while Zheng Qi and his team are only level 67, which has been pulled far enough away. This situation is mainly caused by the power of the guild behind him. Liu is a player from the South Country. He does not need to worry about the upgrade materials for his character equipment and heroes. Besides, the equipment materials in the ordinary area only drop to the orange level, that is, each attribute point is increased to 60 points at most. Gold equipment, red equipment and legendary equipment materials are all produced in the myth area. Similarly, in the ordinary zone, the hero materials that can be exchanged can only upgrade the hero to level 10. If you want to upgrade the hero to the full level 20, you have to collect materials in the myth zone. In this case, players with club backgrounds will naturally upgrade as soon as possible. After rushing to the myth zone, there will naturally be enough materials for him to upgrade heroes and equipment. At the same time, after reaching the myth zone, you can upgrade your level to the full level of 100. But Zheng Qi and his team can't be so relaxed. Now the Extraordinary Guild is indeed doing well, but after all, it is only in the new zone. There are many things they have to prepare by themselves. At least, before getting all the materials that can be obtained in the ordinary zone, they can't go to the myth zone with peace of mind. Of course, unless they choose to join a professional club at the time, then even if they're only second-tier players, the club will spare no effort to provide materials in this regard. But now they have not chosen to join a club, so in this case, they can only make their own equipment. To build equipment means to play several times in some low-level dungeons, especially the drop of hero cards, which will naturally affect their upgrade progress. It is normal to be left behind by Liu by 3 levels. However, Zheng Qi and his team are not in a hurry. Zheng Qi only uses 3 heroes every day to hone his proficiency in heroes. Others also need to improve. The materials they can't use are donated to the guild, so that the Fifth Guild can slowly gather together. Now the Fifth Guild is not as glorious as it was at the beginning, but their number is still the first in the new area, and the cohesion of the entire guild is quite strong. If we really want to form a club, then we can take a group of backbones to the new area to open up Wasteland next year. Zheng Qi once said to everyone with a smile. Now the Fifth Guild has controlled a group of core members. Although most of them will rush to the myth area, there'll still be many people who can start over in the new area. Those clubs back then came step by step. It is not a particularly difficult thing to form a new club. After all, there is already previous experience to learn from. Butlerman replied meaningfully. Let's get to level 80 first. Zheng Qi patted Zheng's shoulder and said to him. Zheng nodded silently. During this period, they went through 3 carnivals again, all of which were enhanced carnivals with 200 bosses refreshed every day. The performance at the Fifth Guild Elite team was also quite good. They would get more than 40 bosses in each carnival. After these 3 carnivals, everyone got 135 additional attribute points. It was a foregone conclusion that Zheng Qi and Zheng would have a god level account, and the others were just a little bit away from a god level account. If we were really a club and all 10 of us were professional players, then we would have 10 god level accounts. TSK, how impressive it is. Yuan Shiquangdo couldn't help but sigh. After 5 months of growth, he was no longer the rookie Xiaobai back then. But it is obvious that other clubs have already started research in this area. We will only have a harder time in the future. In the new area, unless there is an outstanding person to lead, there is no way to create such a miracle. Dynamic Lightwave shrugged his shoulders. This is not his alarmist talk. His command is the key to the Extraordinary Guild team always being able to grab the most bosses, and it will become more and more difficult to grab bosses in the future. In fact, the strength of their team is quite strong and can suppress most of the elite teams of clubs and guilds. Only Liu Shibo's team can compete with them. With such an example, the guilds in the new area will definitely spare no effort in this regard, and then they will not be able to take advantage of much. In the past few months, the elite team of the Fifth Guild has actually been discussing their future prospects. Some want to fly or join Changfen, which is the team he has longed for since he was a child. Zheng Qi is not particularly interested in this. As for the others, they think more simply. If a professional club comes to them, they will naturally be willing to go. If no professional club comes to them, it is better to work hard for their own guild than to work for other clubs or guilds. In fact, everyone knew that in terms of technical level and operating ability, the only ones who could possibly enter the professional team was Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi, Dynamic Lightwave and Fanshin Ding2. Yuan Shiquandu and Su Jin had potential, but compared with the second-tier members of those clubs, they did not have any particular advantage. And Kusin Zailan and the other four were even weaker. The best place for them was to be a double-flowered red stick in a big guild, and as for where everyone would go next, everyone knew it well. If Yuxin Xiang Fei and Zheng Qi left at the same time, then the remaining people would find it difficult to maintain a big guild like the Fei Fan Guild. A guild of 600,000 people was not small in the mythology district. Basically, many amateur team guilds did not have so many people, but if they really compared it with those old professional teams, they were still far behind. Others didn't want Zheng Qi and Yashing Xiang Fei to leave, but they knew very well that Zheng Qi and Yashing Xiang Fei's future would be bright. With their current level, it was not too much to get an account with nearly 900 attribute points. This was already a character strength that could keep pace with Lu Xiaoshan. With such a character plus their excellent operation level, going to a top club was almost a foregone conclusion. Others didn't want to drag down Zheng Qi and Yashing Xiang Fei and affect their future. After all, for most people now, becoming a top professional player and challenging the world champion and 5-time champion is the most worthy of boasting, and it is also something worth pursuing for a lifetime. If Zheng Qi and Yashing Xiang Fei left, the cohesion of the Fifan Guild would be very poor, unless the Fifan Guild followed Zheng Qi and Yashing Xiang Fei into the same club and became a part of the guild alliance of that club, so that everyone could continue to stay together. They didn't worry about having nowhere to go, but it was hard to say for Filady and others. Zheng Qi wanted to fly to a top club like Changfen, and a top club like Changfen might not look down on others. It seemed inevitable that their team would break up. Everyone was mentally prepared for such a prospect. All good things must come to an end. They got together for various reasons and would disperse for various reasons. There was no need to be too entangled now, nor was there any need to tie others down. At this time, Fulei seemed to be hesitant to speak. Others did not notice this, but Su Jin, who was as careful as a hare, noticed it. "Is there anything?" Su Jin asked Fulei. Seeing that everyone else was looking at him, Fulei's expression was a little tangled. "Just say it if you have something to say, Lao Fan, it's not the first day we've known each other." Zheng Qi said generously. "Kang contacted me recently," Fulei said in a low voice. "Is it the club that terminated your contract before?" Su Jin asked. Fulei nodded. "Are you kidding me? They abandoned you, but now they see you are doing well and want to bring you back. They are dreaming, aren't they?" Chaos Matblade couldn't help but yelled. He was a rookie, but that didn't mean he would take everything for granted. "Actually, they didn't do anything to let me down, I just had bad luck." Fulei sighed. "If they were doing well now, I wouldn't go back, but now is the situation very bad?" Zheng Qi asked. "Yes, it's very bad." Fulei nodded. Chapter 160 Choosing to leave. This year was originally the last time for Canton to make a bid for the Super League. For this reason, they cut down a lot of expenses and used the saved funds to introduce 2 famous players from the Super League. After failing to make it to the Super League for 3 consecutive years, Canton has now reached the point of making a final effort. Otherwise, from the perspective of the development prospects of a club, an old member like Fulady, although he has not made any outstanding contributions to the club, can immediately form a fighting force as long as he is lucky enough to get a good account, and he is also loyal to the club. Such a player can be said to be indispensable in any club. At the same time, Fulady's salary in the club was not high at the time, probably only slightly higher than that of a management of the guild. Even such an income had to be saved, which shows what Canton has reached. This is indeed the case. After failing to win to the Super League for 3 consecutive years, the investment has exceeded the upper limit of Canton's finances. Once or twice, it can still persist and tighten the money supply to get through the difficulties, but 3 consecutive times will almost empty Canton's already not so good assets. According to the calculations of the financial staff, in the next 2 years, Canton will encounter a serious economic crisis. At the time, in addition to finding a big brother for blood transfusion, the only way to gamble is to rush to the Super League. However, the boss of Canton does not want to hand over the club to others. He is a fan of this club, and he grew up watching Canton develop from an amateur team to a professional game, so he only has one way left, to let Canton rush to the top league. So, saving expenses, also called extra expenses, are saved, selling everything to introduce 2 players from the Super League. Although these 2 are already out of date in the Super League, they can still beat many opponents in the first-class league. In addition, the overall level of Qi is not bad, otherwise it would not have had the opportunity to impact the Super League for 3 consecutive years without outstanding players. The reason is that Q's head coach Zheng Qi's level of personnel use is really good, and he can bring out the extraordinary strength of the players. On this basis, introducing 2 veteran Super League players with more than 700 character attributes, who are considered to be the best in the first-class league, combined with the original strength, the probability of rushing to the Super League is indeed much greater. It looks really beautiful. However, the boss of Qi forgot one thing. How to fully bring out the strength on paper requires some other factors. 2 Chinese Super League players joined. However, these 2 are not core players in the Chinese Super League, but thugs. However, when they came to the Chinese League 1 team, the thugs began to think that they should be able to be the core. In such a situation, it is not uncommon for the self-esteem of veterans to encounter a coach who clearly understands their abilities, and a coach who is not very famous. It is not uncommon for them not to have some conflicts. Zheng Qi's command ability is indeed good, but he also has a great disadvantage, that is, he has been in Qi for a long time, and the players he commanded were not famous and obedient. Although the 2 new players are excellent, they are not very obedient. After a few times, the 2 sides had conflicts. Everyone knows what the consequences of a disagreement between the general and the commander are. Zheng Qi originally wanted to play the league the same as before, and use the 2 new players as the blade to break the situation. However, the 2 new players felt that they were capable of playing the core. Even if they could only play as assistants in the Super League, wouldn't it be easy to play that core in the China League 1? Such conflicts of ideas are often the most difficult to resolve, but the boss was not very clear about the situation in this regard and was still dreaming of impacting the Super League. As a result, he was hit hard at the beginning of the first league. After losing 5 games in a row, they won a few games and then suffered a series of draws. The schedule of the China League 1 is much more intensive than that of the Chinese Super League. When the schedule was halfway through, they had played 30 rounds of the league. Qi had 6 wins, 7 draws and 17 losses. They had completely lost the hope of impacting the Chinese Super League and were facing the misfortune of being on the verge of relegation. The most important thing is that after the hope of impacting the Chinese Super League was shattered, the boss himself had collapsed. He had no intention of managing the team's affairs. Although he fired Zheng Qi because of the poor performance before, the morale of the entire team no longer existed. In this situation, the boss was desperate and tried all kinds of methods, so he thought of Fulei. After all, there was also a Qi guild in the new area, but it was not very famous. Such a mess, what can you do if you go there? Zheng couldn't help but say to Fulei. Now Qi is like this, at most it can barely stay in the league, and it will have a hard time in the future. What's the use of you going there? They have supported me for 10 years. Fulei just answered like this. So? Zheng asked. If I go there and perform better, and am noticed by other clubs, and transfer to that club, the transfer fee can also help Qi recover some vitality. Fulei sighed. Now the others had nothing to say, they clearly wanted to repay a favor, and it couldn't be said that they were wrong to do so. Lao Fan, I won't stop you from going, but don't go now. At least wait for a while until you reach level 80, make your character stronger, and then go in the myth zone, and you can help the club more. Besides, if you win the remaining 2 carnivals, you will probably have a god-level character. With a god-level character and your operating level, your value will be higher, right? Zheng Qi patted Fulei on the shoulder and said to him. He didn't mind Fulei leaving. He took the initiative to invite Fulei to join. Fulei was not the private property of the Extraordinary Guild, and he had his own freedom. Fulei nodded vigorously and couldn't say anything else. He owed Qi a favor for 10 years, so he had to repay it now. However, he now owed the 5th Guild a favor. He didn't know when he could repay it. He only knew that in the future, if he had the chance, he would definitely repay what happened in the past few months. So everyone should work hard next, and hit level 80 together, and then hit the mythology zone. Zheng Qi waved his fist. When you reach level 50, you can start to do the challenge tasks of the mythology zone. These tasks are very tedious and test your skills, so they are very difficult to do. Many players have been unable to enter the mythology zone for many years, but for this group of people, it is not a problem. In fact, those outstanding players are like this. they start to do the challenge tasks of the mythology zone from level 50, do a little bit every day, and do it while upgrading. After reaching level 80 and going through the last carnival, they can enter the mythology zone naturally without any delay. And from the progress of the mythology zone tasks, we can also see the difference in their levels. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi are still the fastest progressors, which is related to the fact that they did not spend too much time on the challenge tasks. After all, for players of their level, the challenge tasks in the myth area are not very difficult. The challenge tasks are to improve the overall level of the myth area, not to make the myth area a VIP area for only professional players. The two are very different, so the challenge tasks are certainly difficult, but as long as the level is better than that of ordinary players, they can pass it. Otherwise, Lu Li and Su Jin, who are half-baked, would not be able to mix in the myth area. For players who are really bad at operation, the challenge of the myth area is a natural chasm, but for players with strength, it is just a side dish, and they can pass it casually. Well, I will work hard, and I will talk to the club and get some equipment materials. It can also be regarded as my little thought for the guild. Fu Lei said. Don't be so polite. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Yes, the guild is now in the ascendant, and what it needs is a large amount of materials. Besides, these materials are a large number for ordinary guilds, but for club guilds, it is nothing. What is really difficult to get is the materials in the myth zone. After all, the competition is too fierce. Fu Lei said with some guilt. It's meaningless to be so polite. We're friends, why should we care so much? Zheng Qi replied. No, if I hadn't joined you, I wouldn't have created the current account. I will definitely remember this favor. Fu Lei said firmly. He insisted so much that Zheng Qi didn't say much. If Fu Lei was not such a person, he would not choose to return to Canton, just like Zheng Qi said. When Fu Lei reached level 100, his account's additional attribute points would be at least 800 points. With his operating level, even if it is not your god level account, it is not far away. Look at the two old guys with about 750 points, which can make Canton invest so much money. With Fu Lei's current account potential, it will not be particularly difficult for him to go to a Chinese Super League club. Even if he couldn't go, it would be easy for him to go to a club that has the ability to impact the Super League. However, he chose to return to Canton. If he was not a man who valued friendship, how could Fu Lei do such a thing? Since he said that he remembered the kindness that Fifth Guild had brought him, he would definitely repay it when he hit the chance. As for how to repay, that is another matter. Fu Lei is leaving. Fortunately, he will leave after entering the myth zone. Before that, Fifth Guild will still have a strong elite team and will be competitive enough in dungeon records and carnivals. Fu Lei will be the first person to leave Fifth Guild, and who will be the next to leave Fifth Guild? Zheng Qi and others began to think about this uncontrollably. This is a very realistic question. Where will Fifth Guild go? Where will they go? This seems to be a problem that a group of friends will inevitably encounter on their way to growth. Chapter 161a. Friendly match. The negotiation between Fu Lei and Canton went very smoothly. Although Canton has changed now, their boss does not want to let go. Fu Lei's return will not give Canton the opportunity to impact the Super, but it can bring enough backbone to Canton. The head coach has resigned, and the new coach cannot control the situation. The two transferred Chinese Super League players are unpopular in the team, and the other players are also scattered. In this case, although Fu Lei was just an old loser in the club before, he has the oldest qualifications. He has been in the club for 10 years, and this qualification is even older than the boss. Such an old qualification, even if he had no power in the club before, as long as he is a person, he will give him some face, especially when this old qualification now has a great god-level account. So after expressing his desire to officially return to the club after entering the myth zone, Canton agreed very readily, and at the same time, a large number of low-level materials requested by Fu Lei were quickly delivered. Canton is a professional club after all, and the number of these low-level materials is quite sufficient, and it is not a big deal. In fact, only the high-level materials produced in the myth zone are relatively scarce in the sky, but they are not few. At least there are enough materials to quickly equip a starting lineup. With such a large amount of materials injected, the development of the Fifth Guild began to be more rapid. In the past, they suffered from the lack of sufficient accumulation of materials. Compared with the professional club guilds that can constantly get compensation from the general union, the members of the Fifth Guild often face the dilemma of shortage of equipment materials and hero materials. Now there is no need to be afraid, which makes the hearts of the whole guild stable again. Lao Fan, you're ready to leave. I have nothing to give you. I can only tell you some experience of controlling the character. After a while, Zheng Qi seriously pulled Fulei and said to him, "Oh, what experience?" Fulei asked with great interest. Fulei admired Zheng Qi's operation level very much and wanted to hear his insights. The combination of hero skills cannot be random. Sometimes, the continuous use of some skills can have a good effect. In professional competitions, only 10 heroes can be selected, so the combination of these 10 heroes also requires some routines. I have dozens of combination routines here, which are my experience during this period. You can take a look at them. You are welcome," Zheng Qi said while sending a large section of information to Fulei. Fulei flicked through it and smiled bigly. "No need," Fulei said. "What do you mean by no need?" "You should be welcome," Zheng Qi said generously. "I'm not being polite. These experiences of yours are all over the streets in professional clubs. What skills are better when combined with what skills have been summarized for decades? The operation method and timing of using skills are the most important. The so-called master leads the way, and the practice depends on the individual." "This is the truth," Fulei said helplessly. "No way, don't lie to me." Zheng Qi was surprised. "Why would I lie to you? You only have 20 most basic combinations. I have hundreds of them. Do you want them?" Fulei said as he searched and sent Zheng Qi more combinations. "Damn, there are so many skills. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zheng Qi asked in surprise as he flicked through the information. "How could I know that you didn't even know this? Although only professional clubs have all the skills, some combinations are known to ordinary players. You have already reached a professional level of operation, but how come you still have such a shallow understanding of these basic knowledge?" Fulei also looked a little amused. "I don't have time to take care of these things. I don't even have time to train. But I think what you said makes sense. Everyone knows the routines, but you still have to refine the routines that suit you best," Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. "That's right, but one routine is certainly not enough. On the basis of this routine, more changes can be produced to play a better role in professional competitions. Unfortunately, I don't have much experience in this area. After all, I haven't played professional competitions. I'm more into online games," Fulei replied. "Don't worry, with your level, you'll be a god-level player in the future." Zheng Qi turned around and comforted Fulei. "Then I'll leave it to you to say good things." Fulei smiled slightly. After saying goodbye to Fulei, Zheng Qi turned around and went to find Butler Meng to settle accounts. "I never said that this is a secret that will not be passed on. This is just a basic textbook. But don't underestimate the basic textbook. In the past, the technical moves used by professional players were nothing more than the evolution of the two most basic skills of passing and controlling the ball. Everyone knows the same moves, but there are players who can perform better than others on the court. Now is the information age. It is impossible that there are things you know that others don't know. How to perform better in an environment that everyone is familiar with is the key to whether a player is outstanding." After hearing Zheng Qi's complaints, Butler Meng couldn't help laughing. "Then Uncle Meng, is there anything I need to improve now?" Zheng Qi asked after thinking about it. There are many areas that need to be improved. At least, before you upgrade all heroes to the top level and are familiar with which skills to use with which skills and in what environment to use them, you are not qualified to compete with those top professional players." Butler Meng smiled slightly. "I'm not that bad, am I?" Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. "In terms of operation level, you are also among the outstanding ones even among professional players, but if you are thrown into the professional arena now, the role you play will not be inferior to that of a god-level player, and even compared with an ordinary player, you may not have any advantages." Butler Meng continued to smile. His smile was gentle and beautiful, but in Zheng Qi's eyes at this moment, it seemed so hateful. "I don't believe it." Zheng Qi shook his head. "You don't believe it, there is no way, but it seems that there is a chance to try it out and see how outstanding your current level is." Butler Meng thought for a while and said, "How to try it?" Zheng Qi was stunned. 10 of you, and then find a team to fight with you," Butler Meng said briefly. "Really? Who should we look for? Is there anyone in this new world who can fight with us?" Zheng Qi said nonchalantly. "Let's look for Nanguo. They are better at fighting, and their leader Liu Shibo has a straightforward temper and is easy to talk to." Butler Meng thought for a while and said, "It's not like we haven't fought them before for boss, and it's basically a 50-50 fight." Zheng Qi laughed. Fighting for boss is different from professional competitions, and fighting for boss in the ordinary area carnival is also different from the chaotic battle in the myth area. Don't use the experience of the ordinary area to treat the myth area and professional competitions, otherwise you will suffer a lot. Butlerman warned Zheng Qi. What's the matter? Anyway, you won't lose experience if you die in the myth area, Zheng Qi laughed. That's right, you will know after you suffer twice. Butlerman nodded. What are you talking about? I will definitely suffer a loss. Call Liu Shibo and his gang over, and I will beat them to a pulp. Zheng Qi shouted. But even though he was shouting, the next day, Zheng Qi immediately called the others and told them his ideas in detail. A small-scale friendly match. 10 people against 10 people, not much different from a professional match. Zheng Qi and Fei nodded. Haven't we fought them before? Liu Ziquandao asked curiously. The fight for the boss in the ordinary area is different from the professional match, and it is also different from the fight for the boss in the myth area. Don't underestimate the football era. Zheng Qi immediately taught Liu Ziquandao a lesson. Even a peaceful housekeeper like Meng had the urge to beat him up. What he said yesterday, this kid took it and used it right away without paying any licensing fees. Ah? Boss, why is it different? Liu Ziquandao asked in a very naive way. Zheng Qi was as ignorant as him yesterday, but it didn't stop Zheng Qi from explaining to him like a veteran today. In the normal zone, the key to the carnival boss competition is the competition for attribute points. At the same time, no one wants to die and lose experience, which will affect the progress of the whole year. In this case, the competition for boss will appear to be more peaceful, mainly to snatch the boss. Even if they fight each other, they will not kill each other to take over the feud. But the myth zone is different. In the myth zone, you will not lose levels if you die, but only lose attributes. No one is afraid of losing anything by dying. At the same time, the boss competition in the myth zone is not like the normal zone. There are only competitions between elite teams. There are thousands of people fighting and fighting for boss. Even the strongest players will die. It is normal. At the same time, the competition in the myth zone is also the best way for professional players to train themselves. So that's how it is. What about professional competitions? Is it similar to our carnival boss competition? Asked the crazy knife of chaos. Not quite the same. Although it is also a competition between 11 people, there are not so many emergencies, but the map is more complicated. The competition is about all-round level. A game starts to be planned a week in advance, and all kinds of emergencies need to be considered. Zheng Qi replied. In this case, it is necessary to play friendly matches with others. Liu Ziquandao nodded. After all, we want to be professional players in the future. Yes, that's the truth. Let's go level up first, and then I'll talk to Liu Shibo and the others to see if we can have a friendly match in the evening. After playing with them, we can also compete with the elite teams from other clubs. Zheng Qi replied. Others naturally had no objection, but Su Jing was thoughtful. Is Zheng Qi really planning to organize a team himself? Otherwise, why did he suddenly think of playing friendly matches with other teams to gain experience? Chapter 162. Fight first. Liu Shibo is indeed straightforward and easy to talk to. After Zheng Qi contacted him and explained his intention, Liu Shibo quickly agreed to play a friendly match. The time was set at 8 o'clock tonight after dinner, in the arena, a 10-on-10 contest. The arena is a separate space in the football era, where you can randomly compete with any opponent. That is, players in the ordinary area can also compete with players in the myth area to examine their own level. In fact, the challenge results in the arena are also a very important assessment for players. Only when the winning rate and the number of victories are reached can you be qualified to enter the myth area, although the requirements are not very high. After all, singles are sometimes easy to rely on luck, but at least you have to have a basic level. However, multi-person competitions like this are not counted in the record of impacting the myth area. In such a case, multi-person competitions are often purely for fun, or some ordinary amateur teams play friendly matches to train the atmosphere of formal competitions. So Zheng was not too willing to play such a game. In his opinion, it was a pure waste of time. The elite team of the Extraordinary Guild was excellent, and he admitted that. However, their goal was to compete in the professional competition. What was the point of competing with this group of grassroots teams? But now the leader of this elite team was Liu Shibo. Liu Shibo agreed, so he could only reluctantly participate in this friendly competition. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in a room that had been agreed in advance, both parties appeared on time. How to play? Is it the same as a professional game? Liu Shibo came straight to the point. Yeah, just like that. Zheng Qi nodded, looking very mature. Who chooses the map? Liu Xibo asked. This is a very important question. In professional games, there is always a big difference between home and away games. Although there is no home game in the professional games of football era, the setting of home and away games is still retained. The biggest advantage of the home game is that you can choose the map by yourself. This is an extremely huge advantage. There are many maps in football era, and the situation of each map is absolutely different. There will be various factors that affect the performance of both sides. This is a very important advantage. Many weak teams have racked their brains to win in the home map, and strong teams are basically overturned in the away game instead of the home game. Things like home dragons and away worms are common in professional games of football era. Of course, games like the Super Cup, the China Cup Final, and the East Asian Cup and the World Cup are all randomly drawn by the system, and there is no distinction between home and away games. This can also better test the overall quality of a club. I heard there is a word called random map drawing. Zheng Qi asked. You know quite a lot. Liu Xibo nodded. But that will test your experience. Are you sure that this will put you in a better state? To be frank, we have much more experience than you. We can consider giving you the right to choose the map, but you have to choose from the 10 maps pointed out. It doesn't matter. We are all so confident in our experience. Zheng Qi said confidently. Then let's do it. Liu Xibo replied speechlessly. He originally wanted to give the other party more preferential treatment, but Zheng Qi didn't want it. Do you want to make corrections? Our level is 3 levels higher than yours. The level of heroes is also higher. Liu Xibo continued to ask. What is correction? Zheng Qi asked back. Correction means that the level and level of heroes of both sides are raised to the top level, and the attribute points are also equalized. This is more fair. Liu Xibo is speechless again. Oh, there is no need to make corrections. Your level is high, our attribute points are high, and everyone is about the same. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. There was nothing to say next. Both sides went back to prepare for this friendly match. Why don't you get the right to choose the map? It's very important in professional competitions. Yuan Ziquandao asked Zheng Qi in a low voice. What's the point of getting it? They specified 10 maps, and those 10 maps must be very familiar to them. What about us? We don't have any familiar maps, so we might as well rely on luck. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. We're indeed very weak in this aspect, so it is fair to randomly choose the map. I won't be fooled. I don't think Liu Xibo is so scheming. Xin Zailan said after thinking for a while. I don't think he is so scheming either. He probably doesn't know that we are not familiar with any map, Zheng Qi replied. The others were speechless, but after thinking about it, they found that it might be true. Boss Liu, I still think it's meaningless to play a game with them. Zheng said a little listlessly. Really? What do you think of Ren Pingshan and Yashingxai Bangfei, these two people's level? Liu Xibo asked Zheng. They are both still very strong. Zheng had to admit this. Do they have a chance to join the professional team? Could they be our opponents or teammates? Liu Xibo continued to ask. Very likely, Zheng admitted again. Then what's wrong with getting familiar with them now? It's just a friendly match. Maybe in the future, it will play a significant role. Liu Xibo finally said. Zheng had to admit that Liu Xibo did think more long-term. At least in the thinking of a professional player, his thinking was very long-term. No wonder head coach Chen Fen would train him as the future captain. After getting ready, both sides entered the game map at the same time. The map appeared 5 minutes before the game started, which gave both sides time to understand each other. Zheng Qi and the others were all unfamiliar with the map, but they also had a coach on the sidelines. Liu Fengxing was in the coaching seat on the other side and turned his head to look at Bartolomeng. Liu Fengxing had always been curious about the head coach of the Fifth Guild. He was the coach of the youth team of the southern country. He was not a particularly outstanding coach, but he also had his own standards. However, in several encounters, as a coach, he was completely suppressed by Su Immunianbo. Although the elite team of Nanguo still won several games, he lost to Su Immunianbo in the confrontation as a coach. More importantly, he invited Su Immunianbo to join Nanguo from the beginning. He felt that even if such a coach could not be the head coach of Nanguo, mainly because Nanguo still had Chen Fen, but he could be a youth coach or assistant coach, there would be no problem at all. However, Sui Munianbo did not even ask about the salary and directly rejected him, which made Liu Fengxing feel very strange. Being a coach in a professional club, especially a top club like Nanguo, the income is much more generous than that of ordinary people. The key is that it is also a very respectable profession. What kind of guy would not be tempted by such an invitation? As a coach, Liu Fengxing didn't have much jealousy. A jealous coach wouldn't be able to do well under a tough head coach like Chen Feng. So he was a little curious about Sui Munianbo, and today he wanted to see how good Sui Munianbo was at commanding. If he was good at commanding, then it would make sense for him to ignore Nanguo's invitation. No one wanted to be a head coach with commanding ability under Chen Feng. Chen Feng was one of the best head coaches in the country, and he wasn't too old. He was only in his 40s. There was no problem coaching for another 10 or 20 years. If he went under him, he would be suppressed to death. Oh my god, this map looks very dangerous. Zheng Qi couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the map in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a magnificent picture. On the river, countless Mengchong were connected, but a fire had already started, and the raging fire illuminated the already dark sky. The big map, the Battle of Chibai. Yuxin wanted to fly inside. Do you know this map? Zheng Qi asked. I don't know the details, but you have to be careful of the flames on the boat during the game, which cause continuous damage. Yashing Fei replied. Then just be careful. Zheng Qi didn't care. Flames will randomly appear in some places, which are very harmful and have the effect of slowing down the speed. The voice of Bartolomé came from outside the field. So scary. Zheng Qi was surprised. Yes, so this map is usually not chosen for home and away maps. However, it has a high probability of appearing in the random maps of the cup competition, and professional clubs can only try to be familiar with it. Yashing Fei explained. Then stop talking nonsense, let's go. Zheng Qi waved his fist. Just like this. Yashing Fei asked in surprise. What else? Zheng Qi continued to ask back. You have to arrange the positions, choose 10 cards, Yashing Fei replied helplessly. Why don't you just choose the one you are most familiar with? Why do you need to arrange the positions? Zheng Qi continued to be confused. Of course not. We have to arrange everyone's position. Someone is responsible for interception, someone is responsible for output, and someone is responsible for attack, otherwise, it will be a mess. Otherwise, why do we have to arrange forwards, midfielders, and defenders in professional games? Yashing Fei patted his forehead. I thought they were trying to maintain tradition, Zheng Qi replied. Of course not. The defenders are mainly responsible for intercepting the opponent's attack, so that the offensive players can better launch the attack. The midfielders are responsible for coordination, and the forwards are responsible for solving the final blow. This is the most basic approach. Otherwise, it will be a swarm. Of course, you can also blur the positions on the field, but that is the tactical details. We are too rudimentary, Yashing Fei smiled bitterly again. It's okay. It's just a friendly match anyway. Let's play first and play according to the rhythm we are used to. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Even if we lose, what can we do? If we are not abused, how can we grow? What the boss said makes sense. Yuan Shiquanduo came out to help. Then let's do it this way for now. Yashing Fei said helplessly. Chapter 163. Hated. In professional competitions, the arrangement before a game starts can be very complicated. First of all, we have to arrange the lineup of our team. Even among professional players, few people are all round. If there is a player with excellent assault ability, others have to assist him better. For example, Lu Xiaoshan usually serves as an assaulter in the club, so the tasks of others are simple, intercepting the interference of the opponent, so that Lu Xiaoshan can fully exert his assault ability to solve the battle. Of course, all teams know this. In addition to Lu Xiaoshan, other players of Chengfen will also take on the responsibility of attacking, with Lu Xiaoshan attracting the opponent's firepower, and others completing the final blow, and their opponents will also respond according to these responses. In this way, the collision of tactics between the two sides alone can bring extremely high visual enjoyment. In any case, any team, even an amateur team, will have such a tactical arrangement. At least 3 lines must be clearly distinguished, so that they can be targeted in a game instead of fighting in a mess. But Zheng Qi and his team are now fighting in a mess. So after entering the arena, despite the presence of Zheng Qi and Yashing Fei, 2 players with outstanding personal abilities, they were quickly suppressed by Liu Shibo and his team. The 6 semi-professional players in the Nanguro team are actually all defensive players. This is related to the characteristics of the Nanguro team. There are quite a lot of top offensive players in their first team members. Although there are no superstars like Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's, there are a group of very outstanding offensive players. However, their defense line seems to have some problems. Therefore, under Chen Feng's conscious training, the second team is now optimistic about defensive players. It is not terrible for a team to have obvious weaknesses. Having weaknesses means that it can make good progress. Nanguro can choose to introduce promising defensive players in the market, or it can consciously train itself. Now, the young defensive players that Chen Feng has spent several years training have begun to take shape. Although there is a saying that defense requires passion and defense requires stability, older defensive players are more trustworthy. However, if a group of defensive players are filled in from the second team at the same time, at least in terms of tacit understanding, they have no effect. Therefore, in front of the defense line led by Liu Shbo, Zheng Qi and his teams at Fencer was repeatedly frustrated. The offensive could not open up the situation, while the counter-attack of the Southern Kingdom kept scoring goals. Most of the card choices of Zheng Qi and his team were mainly offensive, and many people were not used to having only 10 hero cards to use. They often had problems with their skills and could only watch the other side score goals. Ha 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 ha, so cool. Zheng's unhappiness before the game had long been swept away. Looking at Zheng Qi and his team's embarrassed appearance, Zheng's bad mood caused by his continuous losses to them had been completely swept away, replaced by incomparable comfort. Now you know how powerful professional players are. You still have 10 light years to catch up with us. Zheng laughed at Zheng Qi and his team, while Zheng Qi and his team looked unhappy but couldn't say anything. After a game, the Southern Kingdom, which tried its best, beat the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild into a sieve. It's not enough to say that they lost 6 goals. There were 2 excellent attackers, Zheng Qi and Yuxin Xiangfei, but they were defeated by the boss in the attack. This made Zheng Qi extremely frustrated, and Yuxin Xiangfei's face was also very ugly. Although he also used the system avatar, the resentment he exuded could tell how unhappy Yuxin Xiangfei was at the moment. Friendship first, friendship first. Zheng shook hands with the members of the Fifth Guild one by one, smiling. Although the smile looked hypocritical, after all, they took the initiative to shake hands, and the members of the Fifth Guild were embarrassed to say anything more. You performed well, keep up the good work in the future. When Zheng found Zheng Qi to shake hands with him, Zheng Qi patted Zheng on the shoulder and replied. Zheng, who was originally very happy, immediately felt sick as if he had eaten a fly. What does this mean? We performed well, keep up the good work in the future. Who won? I'm so sorry that I accidentally hit you 6 goals. Zheng decided to emphasize it again. It's a friendly match. Our average age is older than yours, so it's good to let the young people win. Zheng Qi replied. Zheng vomited blood and fled. He really couldn't be as shameless as Zheng Qi. He was obviously defeated and lost 6 goals, but he could still say that he let the opponent win. It would be hard to say anything more. Should he openly provoke? Even if it gets out that his group of semi-professional players beat an amateur team, no matter how much they win, there is nothing to be proud of. Liu Shbo smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he thought more highly of Zheng Qi in his heart. Zheng Qi's performance can certainly be said to be shameless, but from the side, isn't it also a proof of his extremely strong psychological quality? Newbies should not be afraid of being abused. Only by being abused can they have the opportunity to grow up. It is different to be able to call the shots in the game and to perform well in professional competitions. Such a miserable experience will become a valuable asset in the future. After Liu Shbo and others left, Zheng Qi sighed. It seems that we had to review the game today. Hearing Zheng Qi's words, everyone else nodded. This game was too chaotic. They had no experience in the game and just rushed up and down in a swarm. There were loopholes everywhere. It would be a miracle if the opponent couldn't seize the opportunity. For this game, I think the biggest responsibility lies with Uncle Meng, Zheng Qi said. Everyone else was stunned at the same time. Can this be blamed? As our coach and the person who is most familiar with professional games, Uncle Meng didn't tell us how to play a game or how to arrange the lineup. This is unforgivable. With our strength, if we knew how to play that game, it would be impossible for us to not score a goal, don't you think? Zheng Qi continued. The others looked at each other, including Yuxin Fei, but after thinking about it carefully, what he said really made sense. They didn't know how to compete before, and Butler Meng never mentioned this. From this perspective, Butlerman should bear a lot of responsibility. I admit that I was wrong. I'm sorry everyone. Butlerman also stood up seriously and expressed his guilt. But, I thought that with your talents and abilities, even without such guidance, you would know how to compete. As a result, I was wrong. I have to take responsibility for this tragic defeat. Uncle Meng, you'll look down on us by saying this. That's right, with our abilities, even without guidance, we can find our shortcomings and determine our positions. Zheng Qi waved his fist. Really? But let me give you some pointers and tell you what position you should play. Butlerman said. No, old man, you can just use your coaching skills on the sidelines. We can figure out what position to play and what tactics to use. Everyone has the video of this game, right? Go back and think about it carefully. Think about where you can't keep up with the game, what hero card is more suitable for you, and what position is more suitable for you to play. Zheng Qi said. The double act of the old and the young is so obvious that even the dullest person can see that it is wrong. Is this a provocation? However, although it is a very clumsy provocation, it makes others feel that there seems to be nothing wrong with doing this. Only when you know shame can you be brave, not to mention that it is easier to figure out the hero and position choices that suit you than for others to tell you what position is suitable. You about then grow without being abused. After being abused, you can think about your own shortcomings and make up for them, so that you can grow better. Boss is right, we should figure it out by ourselves, and we don't believe that we can't figure out the path that suits us. Liuanzi Quandao shouted loudly, and then looked at the housekeeper Ming, whom he respected very much before, with dissatisfaction. The others were speechless again. Even a blind man could see that Zheng Qi and housekeeper Ming did this on purpose, which was considered a bad taste, but Liuanzi Quandao took it seriously. Well, that's it, everyone go down and think about it carefully, and see if everyone has made any progress during the game tomorrow. Zheng Qi nodded. Has tomorrow's opponent come out? What team is it? Yashing Bang Fei asked. Oh, Cheng Feng's gang. I asked Banuizan, and he agreed. Zheng Qi replied. Banuizan is He Jing's ID. It is obvious that although Zheng Qi and his gang had been making trouble everywhere before, they also met many guys that ordinary players would not know. At least those semi-professional players in the professional club who were in the new area, he already knew them. If he wanted to find someone to play a friendly match, it would not be a difficult task. Even if some people would refuse Zheng Qi's request because they don't like him, there'll still be more people who agree to Zheng Qi's request for a friendly match. As long as their thinking is close to Liushbo, they will know that this is a good opportunity to explore the level of Rin Pinshan and Yashing Bang Fei. Ambitious and long-term semi-professional players naturally know that this is a very worthwhile thing. It's just a friendly match. It's not troublesome, but it's possible to accumulate experience in playing against Rin Pinshan and Yashing Bang Fei in advance. Such experience will always be useful in the future. At the same time, it can be expected that when Zheng Qi and his poor performance spread, those semi-professional players who don't want to play against Zheng Qi and his team will also have a lot of fun after all. In the carnival, Zheng Qi and his team have offended too many people. There is a legitimate opportunity to abuse them, and no one will refuse it. To put it bluntly, it's a sentence. The Fifth Guild is too hated in the new area. If there is a chance to abuse them, of course everyone will be happy. It's just a friendly match. It doesn't matter who you play against. Chapter 164. Growing up in abuse. That night, the members of the Fifth Guild's elite team were all thinking about their own shortcomings. In terms of personal ability, the Fifth Guild's elite team is indeed excellent, but on the field, this alone is not enough. Professional competition is a very complicated thing. Esports itself is very complicated, but in the past, esports relied more on talent. A talented player could have a professional level after training for a period of time. This is different from football players. Even if football players are talented, they cannot play in professional games without 10 years of professional training. The current football era is closer to football games. Talent can make a player quickly reach an excellent level, but the overall game cannot rely on talent alone, but also requires experience, tactical coordination and coordination. For example, if you were an excellent attacker, but you go to Changfeng, you may not have a chance, because Changfeng already has the top attacker Lu Xiaoshan, and they don't need to put another attacker to disrupt the balance of the overall team, unless this attacker is much better than Lu Xiaoshan. In order for a team to achieve good results, in addition to having excellent players, it also needs a balanced lineup and an excellent head coach to plan and strategize. This is very different from esports. The key is that esports generally have a maximum of 5 people. It is easy to build a tacit understanding after running in with each other, but the more people there are, the more difficult it is to build a tacit understanding. It may only take a few days for 2 people to build a tacit understanding, and 3 people will grow exponentially, and they will melt into one, like using one's arm to use one's fingers. The more people there are, the harder it is to master. Otherwise, why was the most important sign of commenting on whether a general was excellent in ancient times the number of soldiers he could lead? Otherwise, there would not be the saying that Zheng Qi selected soldiers and the more the better. The integration of 11 people is of course more difficult than the integration of 5 people. The football era has shortened the time for training players, but in other aspects, there'll still be no changes. One night of thinking, of course, will not change anything, so the next day when facing Zheng Qi's elite team, they suffered another crushing defeat. This time the loss was more beautiful, with only 4 goals conceded. However, considering that Zheng Qi only hit 3 semi-professional players, losing 4 goals was also a shameful thing. You guys don't know how to play at all. Zheng said very bluntly after the game. It's okay, we'll get it if we keep playing slowly. Zheng Qi replied. It will be hard for you to join the professional team if you keep going like this. Zheng was kind. Shouldn't there be tactical training arrangements for newcomers joining the professional team? Zheng Qi asked. That's for very important people. There are special arrangements. How can ordinary players have such thoughtful arrangements? Zheng smiled helplessly. As a young player of Zheng Qi, he naturally knew what it felt like to be a substitute in a top club. Every player who can play as a starter in a top club, except for a few who are favored by everyone in their youth and were considered geniuses, and who would receive special treatment immediately after entering the first team, which if the other players didn't rely on their own efforts and luck to show their own value at the right opportunity to obtain the precious starter position. It is true that it took Bin Qi several years to become a main player, but it is also a special case that he became a main player without spending 1 or 2 years. To get the opportunity to enter the first team, to follow that training honestly, to show his value in the training, and then to fill the vacancy of the team at the right opportunity, so as to get the main position, this is the environment that most of the main players of the first team must go through. The most reliable thing is to be strong. This is particularly evident in the football era. The biggest weakness of grassroots players like you is this aspect. I hope you can make up for this shortcoming. Zheng did not say it very clearly, but Zheng Qi and others understood what he meant. Professional players who come from youth training will know more about what talents the club needs. If they are not good at this aspect, they will not have the opportunity to enter the first team. On the whole chessboard, they are just pawns. Pawns who can show their own value are useful. The biggest flaw of grassroots players is that they are not clear about this, or in other words, it is difficult for them to play their abilities smoothly. After all, no matter how strong your ability is, you can't solve all problems by yourself. The club you go to may not be suitable for you. Many grassroots players with potential have wasted their own level in the process of constant searching. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the elite team of the extraordinary guild will challenge a game every day. Such a game density is naturally much better than that of the professional team. However, for them who do not have a suitable training method, challenging strong enemies will also bring great progress. Finding shortcomings in failure is the fastest way to improve. Although they lose badly in every game, they have begun to gradually understand the position selection of professional players. Although such understanding is very superficial, it can point out the basic direction for them. Under such circumstances, they began to move forward from a player to a professional player. Everyone was very unhappy about being abused, but everyone knew that if they really wanted to become a professional player, such experience was necessary. Without such experience, even if they joined the professional team, it would take a long time to adapt. So even a guy who is extremely proud and can't stand failure like Zheng Qi accepted a miserable defeat every day without complaint. 20 professional clubs, 20 teams of semi-professional players. Added together, there are at least 60 or 70 semi-professional players. Although only a dozen of these semi-professional players may eventually be able to gain a foothold in the first team, they all have strong enough strength. Playing against them can allow Zheng Qi and others to feel a little bit of the atmosphere and environment of professional games in advance. What an unpleasant experience. After losing the game again, Zheng Qi sighed. Zheng Qi is very proud, and Zheng Qi is also proud. The only difference is that unlike Zheng Qi's pride on his face, Zheng Qi's pride is in his heart. After playing so many games, he didn't win a single game, and there were very few goals. Zheng Qi was really unhappy. Although they would continue to lose like this, due to their incomplete lineup, their lack of adaptation to the game and other factors, Zheng Qi still felt unhappy. In the past 10 days, they have played against most of the elite teams of professional clubs, but they have been defeated miserably every time. Many of them lost to them in the boss competition. Under such circumstances, they could not even get a draw, and it was even difficult to score a goal. How could Zheng Qi calm down? However, Zheng Qi was not a brainless person. He could see that although they still lost every game, they were gradually able to play a certain routine in the game. Now Zheng Qi's team has gradually divided into levels. Fei is good at frontal assault, Zheng Qi is good at seizing opportunities, Dynamic Light Wave sits in the midfield and can play a supporting and coordinating role, and Chaos Mad Knife can also wander around to create opportunities. As for the others, their most suitable position is to be responsible for defense and assistance, helping these 4 people to launch attacks. Finally, after losing 15 games in a row, in the 16th game, against Thunder, they had the upper hand in the game. Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei let Gil take the lead twice, and then withstood Thunder's continuous attack, but at the last moment, there was a mistake in defense, and Thunder scored 2 goals in a row, losing 2-3. Although they lost this game, the morale of Gil team was greatly boosted. This was the first time they took the lead in a game in more than 10 games, and the first time they scored 2 goals in the game, and the first time they only lost 1 goal in the game. Although being happy for such a thing seems a bit unpromising, it is always worth being happy about progress, isn't it? Thunder, who won the game, was quite unhappy. We were too loose in the game. Xiaobo said to his teammates after the game. Facing such a team, we could only win by a narrow margin in the end. It's not that they performed well, but that we didn't perform well enough. Not necessarily. Their performance is much better than before. We did underestimate the enemy, but their progress is indeed very fast. Qingquan expressed a different opinion. Xiaobo, ID Dang Xinghua, position attacker, Qingquan, ID is Feng Baojian, position support. The 2 of them are the core of the Thunder Elite team, and are also one of the only 2 semi-professional players. Their strength is indeed relatively weak among the teams that Zheng Qi and his team have played against recently, which may be one of the key factors for Zheng Qi and his team to achieve a shameless defeat. What do you mean? Xiaobo frowned. They are starting to have routines, although they are only very superficial routines, but at least they are not rushing up and down in a swarm. The reason why they lost to us in the end is just because they can't do a good job in defense. This team's performance is indeed not bad. Maybe they will become teammates in the future. Qingquan sighed and said. Hearing this, Xiaobo's face was a little ugly. Thunder is a mid-level team, but their overall lineup is relatively balanced. Although there are few god-level players in the main force, such a stable lineup makes it difficult for the players of the second team to get any opportunities. The chances of Xiaobo and Qingquan entering the first line are not very high. If there are a few more competitors, it will be even more difficult. This is why Xiaobo is so angry. You know, if he can win this game beautifully, it will be a plus point in the future. After all, Zheng Qi and his team are now very famous among the top executives of professional clubs. Don't be too demanding. Face up to the strength of your opponent. Don't forget that our goal is to become a professional player. Qingquan patted Xiaobo on the shoulder. Xiaobo nodded slightly, but in his heart, he thought that Qingquan, this guy, is actually his competitor. Chapter 165 The Last Chance. After playing 16 games in a row, Zheng Qi and his team stopped challenging other teams, or offering themselves to be abused. This was not because they did not want to be abused anymore, but because the carnival had begun. Before reaching the maximum level, there were only 2 carnivals left in the new area, so it was 1 less carnival. Before the carnival, everything else was secondary. Now, based on the extra attribute points that Zheng Qi and his team had obtained, it was expected that after level 100, their attribute points would be close to 800 points. Zheng Qi, who had obtained the most extra attribute points, was now a stable god level account with 805 points. In fact, it was more than that, because in the next 2 carnivals, they would definitely not fail to get any extra attribute points. 10 characters with god level accounts. If this is spread out, it will indeed make the entire league a sensation. After all, in previous years, a new zone could only have 4 or 5 god level accounts at most, and they were distributed in several clubs. After all, the attribute points that everyone can grab in the carnival are similar, and the main thing is to compete for the records of each copy to determine who is better, and then it depends on luck. It will definitely not happen this year. Zheng Qi and his team almost monopolized the largest share of the carnival, which resulted in the result that the entire team is a god-level account. If god-level accounts are really that easy to get, there won't be so many god-level players in the league. After all, many players' operating standards are not too bad, and what they lack is a powerful account. Of course, there are also players with average standards who perform better in the league because they have god-level accounts. Generally speaking, there are only so many extra attribute points that can be grabbed from the new zone. Zheng Qi and his team grabbed enough, so others will naturally grab less, so the competition in the next two carnivals will surely be more intense. This is probably the biggest reason why the second team members of each club beat the fifth guild elite team to death in the previous friendly match. These guys are really hated, and they've robbed so many attribute points. The key is that the others are not to be mentioned. Ren Pinsheng and his team have high operation level, and with such an account, there is basically no problem in entering the professional circle. They are grabbing attribute points for their own future, so naturally they will grab as many as they can. Everyone can understand this. But there are other people in your team. Those guys are obviously not good enough to be professional players, but they have obtained god-level accounts one by one. How can people not be jealous? Since they are jealous, now that they meet, there is only one thing to say: beat them to death. After beating the opponent, the elite teams of each club plan to work harder in the carnival. If they can't get a god-level account, they must at least get a standard professional account. Otherwise, they will have to delay for another year. Don't think that Liu Xibo and Hejing's accounts are not bad. That's because they have a very strong level. They have gained a lot of benefits in personal and team records, which has led to their current level of god-level accounts. In fact, most of the semi-professional players like them have worked hard to get to the present. If you calculate, there is still a certain gap from the professional accounts, although in theory an account with 700 points can qualify for the professional arena. In fact, in the current professional arena, especially in the Super League, 700 points of attributes are not enough. You need more to play a better role in the game. There are indeed many characters with 700 attributes in the current super teams, but these players are basically substitutes in the team. With the emergence of other newcomers, most of these people will be eliminated. In the A-level competition, there are still many accounts with such characters, and many of them can also play the main force. So in theory, these young players can still find their place in the A-level league, but as long as people have ambitions, who would set their ambitions in the A-level league from the beginning? For Lin Fei and Zheng Qi with Jianmang Club, they are now quite depressed. As a member of the youth team of a mid-level club, it is actually very difficult for them to stand out. Mid-level clubs often have no ambitions, so their biggest goal is to avoid relegation. In this case, it is also safe for them to use young players. The competition in the Super League is very cruel. If you don't pay attention, you may be relegated. To put it bluntly, among the 20 teams in the entire league, except for 5 or 6 teams that are not afraid of relegation and belong to the championship group, the strength of the other teams is the same. It is normal for one team to win against another. Naturally, they will use their best players if they can, and there is no environment for training newcomers. In this case, it is naturally more difficult for newcomers to stand out. On the contrary, these newcomers are more likely to get opportunities in the first-level teams. In fact, many mid-level clubs themselves are not very interested in training newcomers. When they need to supplement their strength, they just spend money to buy them. As the second team candidates for this season, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi originally had full hope. They wanted to get the best possible character and then wait for their chance in the first team. To achieve this, a character is indispensable. Even if they can't get a god-level account, they must at least strive for an account with around 750 points to have a chance to gain a foothold in the first team. If not, at least 700 points. To say that this goal is not very difficult to achieve. After all, the new area has similar opportunities for everyone. As a mid-range club, there have been 10 carnivals before and after, and we can always get 7 or 8 bosses each time. In this way, we can get 70 or 80 extra attribute points in 10 carnivals. If we are luckier in other places, we can grab some record rewards and the occasional drops from wild bosses and bump into hidden bosses. An account with more than 700 points is not difficult. However, a Ren Pinsheng appeared in the new area, and then a Yixing Zheng Fei appeared. The two of them first robbed a lot of dungeon record rewards, and then formed the Fifth Guild, and robbed a lot in the carnival. Fifth Guild has robbed nearly 10% of the bosses so far. Suddenly, there is such a monster organization. The income of other guilds is naturally greatly affected. Of course, such an impact will not be evenly distributed, it just depends on luck. The lucky ones, such as Liu Shibo and He Jin, have robbed more bosses than usual, while many club teams have robbed extremely rare bosses. Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were such unlucky guys. Up to now, they have calculated that, apart from the rewards they can get in the next 2 carnivals, when they reach level 100, their character attribute points will be at most 650 points. This is when their scattered attribute points remain at 50 points. In other words, if they can't grab 50 bosses in the next 2 carnivals, they can only choose to start all over again. For newcomers who have just debuted, it is not too difficult to start over. However, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were no longer newcomers. They are both 18 years old. For ordinary professional players, they have the opportunity to enter the first team at this age. After all, they can create roles in the new area at the age of 16. 1 year of luck and 2 years of bad luck. 18 years old is already their third thought. There is a saying in the professional league that if you can't enter the first team at the age of 18, then your career is basically over. Although this is not absolute, it is an extremely common phenomenon. The reason is very simple. Entering the first team at the age of 18 is a relatively suitable age. Generally speaking, ordinary players need 1 or 2 years to integrate into the team and then wait for opportunities. At the age of 20, they start to get more opportunities and need to accumulate experience. In this way, they may be able to play as a main force at the age of 22 or 23, hone their skills for 1 or 2 years, and establish their position in the club. When they are in their golden period at the age of 24 or 25, they can achieve some good performances. However, if they were to wait a few years, they would be 27 or 28 years old when they had the chance to challenge for honors. Although there are many professional players who are still strong in their 30s, they are basically geniuses who succeeded at a young age. If they can only stabilize their main position at the age of 27 or 28, then the effect they can play is too small. Moreover, for that club and the head coach, when they want to choose a player to enter the main lineup, will they choose a player who is 21 or 22 years old, or a player who is 18 or 19 years old? When the level is similar, then of course the younger the age, the greater the potential. So Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were also very anxious. Jian Mang's main lineup was already stable. Even if they got a knockout with 700 points, they could only get a substitute position, wait for opportunities in the team, and then slowly get ahead. So they wanted to get a role with at least 750 points at the beginning, so that they could have a greater chance. Xiao Fei, work hard, we still have hope, don't give up. Zheng Qi encouraged his partner. Well, don't worry, I won't give up easily. Lin Fei nodded heavily. He and Zheng Qi have a very close relationship. The two grew up together and decided to become professional players. For this reason, they also suffered a lot to enter the youth team of a top professional club like Jianmang. At the same time, they can also enter the new area to create an account, which is enough to prove that their strength is indeed good. However, sometimes, relying on strength alone is useless, and luck is also needed. If they fail to create a good account for 3 consecutive years, then in the next year, the club will let other younger echelon members to create an account, although there are rumors that the club will let a group of 10 young players enter the new area, but there may not be a quota for them. After all, they are already 18 years old, not young. For Lin Fei and Zheng Qi, the last 2 carnivals are their last chances. Otherwise, if they are terminated by the club, they may only find a Class A team to stay in and continue to look for opportunities, but such opportunities will be even slimmer after all. I hope we'll have better luck and run into fewer guys from the Extraordinary Guild. Lin Fei and Zheng Qi prayed at the same time. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 166. Where to go? There are 50 bosses. We need to fight at least 8 or 9 of them a day, so that we can gather the bosses we need in the remaining 2 carnivals. Lin Fei said to Zheng Qi before the carnival began. This is of course theoretically, but we must maintain a good attitude and not be anxious. Getting more on the first day does not mean that we can definitely complete the task, and getting less on the first day does not mean that we cannot definitely complete the task. The first thing to do is to maintain a calm attitude. Zheng Qi said to Lin Fei with some concern. He was very familiar with this old friend. Lin Fei's operating level was not bad, and his personality was very straightforward, but he was not calm enough. Sometimes he was easily impulsive, and he needed him to remind him more. Hearing Zheng Qi say this, Lin Fei nodded. Similarly, Lin Fei also trusted this childhood friend very much. He knew that Zheng Qing's thinking was much more meticulous than his own, and it was right to listen to Zheng Qi. After communicating with others, Zheng Qi and Lin Fei led their team to prepare for the start of the carnival. The other 8 people were all masters of the Jian Guild under the Jianmang Club. Of course, they were not the top ones. The master group composed of unqualified professional players and retired players played an important role in the mid-zone. However, although Jianmang was only a mid-level club, it was very stable in this aspect. Even if these 8 masters were a little worse than the top clubs, they were not much worse. After forming a team with the 2 of them, the combat power they showed was not bad. A few days ago, they also won the friendly match with the elite team of the Fifth Guild. A clean 3-1, using the complete formation and skill combination, Jianmang won easily. However, in the carnival, after the boss screamed and fell to the ground, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi smiled bitterly at each other. They found this boss first, but after a few hits, Zheng Qi and his team arrived. What happened next was exactly the same as what happened many times before. Relying on their skilled monster pulling skills, the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild came from behind and snatched this boss. If I saw them in real life, I would definitely not be able to resist going up to beat them, Lin Fei said angrily as he watched Zheng Qi and his team leave. I have to admit defeat. There is nothing I can do. Zheng Qi smiled bigly. Although they have snatched many bosses, no one will complain that their character's attribute points are too high. We still have a chance today, let's work hard. Lin Fei nodded. They were lucky today. They had snatched 4 bosses before. Although this one was snatched away, there was still half a day. It was not impossible to hit double digits. However, since Zheng Qi and his team snatched a boss, their luck began to get worse. They were late for several bosses in a row. Although the opponents were not Zheng Qi's group, it was difficult to get them back after the others had already established enough hatred advantage in advance. Therefore, although Zheng Qi, Lin Fei and their partners tried very hard to grab the bosses, they did not grab any. When all 200 bosses were killed, their result was 4 bosses. I'm going to beat them, don't stop me, I must beat them. Lin Fei said to Zheng Qi angrily. Zheng Qi smiled bigly. He naturally knew that Lin Fei was talking in anger, but only getting 4 on the first day meant that their tasks in the following days would be heavier. This would be an impossible task, right? But can Zheng Qi and the others be blamed for this? When it comes to grabbing bosses, you have what I don't have. If you can't get it, you can only blame yourself for not being able to do it. 4 bosses a day, if it were normal, they would be considered a success, but in this case, it was a failure. Let's wait until tomorrow. Next, we should not be discouraged. Zheng Qi cheered up and encouraged his teammates, but he also knew that they really didn't have many chances next. After the second day of the carnival, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi's results were better than yesterday. They got 6 bosses, but they still failed to complete the task. The third day, now even Zheng Qi couldn't encourage others. They originally planned to get 25 bosses in these 3 days to pass, but after 3 days, they got a total of 15, which was 10 short of the goal. The last carnival was the last competition. All the semi-professional teams would fight hard to grab bosses. Can they really complete the task? Almost impossible. Looking at the boss rankings, Zheng Qi and Lin Fei didn't even have the energy to be angry. They could only smile bigly. After 3 days, the score of the Fifth Guild team was 43. This result was not outstanding for the Fifth Guild team. After all, they got a full 60 bosses in the last carnival, but they still ranked first in the boss kill list. I really hope we can learn their method of pulling monsters. Otherwise, it would be easy to complete the mission. Lin Fei sighed. After hearing this, Zheng Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Fei seemed to have thought of something. When he turned around, he saw Zheng Qi looking at him. Do you want to? Lin Fei asked. Zheng Qi nodded. Well, it is an option, but we can't be sure of anything now. At least they won't tell us the method of pulling monsters now. If the club doesn't want us at the time, we can try our best to fight for it. Yes, anyway, it's better to stay in the club. The club is also studying the method of pulling monsters. If the research is almost done, the team entering the new area next season will be 10 people. We are not without a chance, Lin Fei sighed. It is no secret that the elite team of Fifth Guild has a stronger method of pulling monsters than all the clubs now. However, no one wants to ask what this group of people's method is like. Obviously, unless they have the confidence to take over the entire Fifth Guild, even if they introduce 1 or 2 good players from Fifth Guild, it is estimated that it will be difficult to promote this method. Otherwise, when the clubs asked whether to transfer this method before, they would have succeeded. If the club can't take it, let alone the 2 young players. However, this provides them with a new way out, that is, if the club doesn't want them, will Fifth Guild recruit people? If Fifth Guild wants to form a club, then this method of pooling monsters will definitely attract many young players like them, and the future of this club seems to be not bad. When thinking about this, Lin Fei and Zheng Qing's depression was reduced a lot. The semi-professional players who think this way, especially those who have not been able to create a good account in District 108, have unknowingly regarded Fifth Guild as a way out for their future. Of course, the Fifth Guild has not taken any action now, and no one can be sure what they will be like in the future. However, the members of the Fifth Guild Elite team have unknowingly added many of these semi-professional players as friends, but for Zheng Qi and his team, they really don't think too much now. This time in that carnival, they felt that their performance was not very good. Perhaps it was because they had lost in the competitions before, which affected their state to a certain extent. So in some of the boss grabbing processes that they were sure of, problems occurred and they were not able to grab them. So everyone should pay attention. We only got 43 this time. How can we have the opportunity to impact a batch of accounts with 900 attribute points? Now, at most, my account is less than 850 points. I'm afraid you will have less, right? How can such an account cause a sensation in the whole alliance? Zheng Qi said with great sorrow. The others looked at him blankly. Boss, no one wants to get 10 accounts with 900 points, okay? We're satisfied if we can get over 800 points. Besides, if we can create 10 accounts with more than 800 points in one go, it would be a great thing, okay? If we really reach 900 points, few people know what the consequences will be. Anyway, we have to play friendly matches and compete in carnivals. If we can get more attribute points, why not? Even if we can't become professional players, we can still thrive in the myth zone with the strength of our characters. Don't you have fighting spirit? Zheng Qi continued. What fighting spirit? We also want to be professional players. Shinny waved his fist. I think if you can get an account with 900 points, you'll definitely be qualified to be a professional player. Zheng Qi laughed. Don't look down on young people because they are poor. My operation level can still be improved. Shinny snorted. Have you found the combination of 10 heroes? Zheng Qi asked. Shinny's voice immediately dropped 8 degrees. Not yet, then why don't you work hard? If we form a team to impact the professional league, your operation level is not good, you can't be a professional player, and you can only manage the guild. What a shame that is. Zheng Qi said. Damn, my fighting spirit is starting to burn now. Shinny shuddered and immediately shouted loudly. Yes, that's right. I estimate that it will be only a month before the next carnival. By then, we will work together to rush to the myth zone and expand our reputation even more. Whether we join a club or form a team by ourselves, that will be a promising future, instead of just hanging around in the new zone. Zheng Qi waved his fist and encouraged everyone loudly. In the boring leveling process, it is thanks to guys like Zheng Qi that everyone is full of fighting spirit. Yashing Zhang Fei couldn't help thinking in his heart. You know, leveling, including fighting for boss, is a very boring thing, especially his 4 partners. Technically it is difficult for them to reach the standard of professional players. If Zheng Qi hadn't been encouraging them all the time, the progress of the Fifth Guild Elite team might not be so fast. What should I choose at the time? Yashing Zhang Fei fell into deep thought. Chapter 167 Reason. Days passed one by one, and for the second team members of each club fighting in District 108, they now had another fun, that is, to ravage the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild every day, or to watch them being ravaged by others. Before the carnival began, the Extraordinary Guild team almost got a draw in the first friendly match, but the 2-3 match did not make their subsequent results better. In every friendly match, the opponent would fight against them very seriously, so that their weaknesses were exposed more severely, and at the same time, under the opponent's targeted tactics, their characteristics were often difficult to play out. In such a situation, except for Zheng Qi and Yixin who wanted to fly, others would inevitably feel a little discouraged. However, what made them a little strange was that after each game, the opponents rarely laughed at or ridiculed them. Instead, they would chat with them normally, talk about their performance problems, and then talk about some small talk. Hey, why are these guys becoming friendly? Are they going to the myth area soon, and they feel that they're leaving each other soon, so they want to leave a good impression on each other. After the game that day, Zheng Qi said strangely, "You are not a big beauty. If you are, it's reasonable." Dynamic Lightwave couldn't help laughing. "Did you have any unknown relationship with them before? How is it possible? These guys today are all from the Frivolous Club. We haven't even fought with them before, and we have no grudges, let alone any unknown relationship. I think they must think that we will have a bright future, so they flatter us in advance." Zheng Qi smiled. Others booed to show their disdain for Zheng Qi's shamelessness, but Zheng Qi didn't care at all. He was used to it. But what Zheng Qi himself didn't expect was that his guess was actually true to some extent. The three semi-professional players of the Frivolous Elite team were led by Xilai. As semi-professional players favored by the Frivolous Club, Xilai and his two partners Yuan Kong and Zheng also faced a big problem, that is, the accounts they created in the new area were still a long way from the professional level. "Brother Xia, why were you so polite to Ren Pinsheng and his gang just now?" Although Yuan Kong's name has the word Kong, his personality is relatively simple, so he didn't understand why Xilai was so polite to Zheng Qi before. You have to know that although the Frivolous Club Guild has no conflict with the Fifth Guild, the elite teams of both sides miraculously didn't snatch the boss from each other in the previous carnival, but as a member of the original club guild, it is impossible for them to have no opinion on the Fifth Guild after so many boss shares were snatched away by the Fifth Guild. After all, although the Fifth Guild did not confront them head-on, it was precisely because the Fifth Guild had snatched away too many bosses that they encountered more intense competition. Although they were not as unlucky as Lin Fei and Zheng Qi, who were almost certain to not get a character with 700 points, they were at most characters with just over 700 points. Such characters, as newcomers, would hardly get a chance in the club. King Quan was a mid to low-level club, and its annual mission was mainly to avoid relegation. The situation was also very dangerous every year. Under such circumstances, it was naturally more difficult to let go of young people, unless the characters of young people were really strong. I'm not just doing this for myself, after all, our head coach has always been very optimistic about me. I only got an account with just over 700 points, but it's not like I don't have a chance to win to the first team. But what about you two? Can you win to the first team? Xilai asked back. Yuan Kong and Zheng were silent at the same time. They knew that among the members of the youth team, Xilai was the most promising one. His operation level was indeed higher than theirs. At the same time, the position he was good at was also lacking in the club. If he went to the first team, he would have no fewer opportunities. If the two of them played worse roles, they would have fewer opportunities to win to the first team. "Boss, I know you were good to us, but what does it have to do with what happened today?" Zheng Qi asked in a somewhat inexplicable way. Looking at the two confused guys, Xilai sighed. These two guys were really good to him and the second team had really admired him, but why didn't they like to use their brains? Obviously, their levels were not bad. Think about it, we are not young anymore, and the young people below are coming up one after another. If we can't enter the first team this year, I'm afraid we will have to go to the first-class team to find opportunities. With your level, there is no problem going to the first-class team, but what's the point of going to the first-class team? Xilai continued. Yuan Kong and Zheng were silent. Although they didn't like to use their brains, as the youth training members of the super team, they knew that they might have more opportunities in the lower level clubs. However, if their roles were not outstanding, they might stay in the first class team for the rest of their lives. Even if they had the chance to be selected by the super team, weak roles would not have any important position in the super team. They might not have great ambitions, but at least they were still young and didn't want to waste their careers in the first class league. Of course, there were many professional players with limited talents who spent their careers in the lower level leagues. A large number of such players supported the foundation of professional competitions. But since they already had a good start, why didn't they desire more? The Extraordinary Guild might form a team to compete in the professional competition. Xilai seemed to have directed the topic to other aspects. No way, do they have such great ambitions? Yuan Kong was surprised. Nowadays, it is actually very difficult to form a new team to impact the top league. Although there are only 2 levels of professional leagues in China, it is extremely difficult for a new team to impact the Super League. There are many consortiums in China now, but there is no consortium with overwhelming financial strength. Everyone's level is about the same. Even if a consortium wants to win to the top league, it can't just spend money to form a luxury team to impact the Super League, it can only operate slowly. There are many teams in the league that are backed by top consortiums, but they are always unable to win to the top league. They already have a very good foundation. Fifth Guild already has such a big advantage in the new area. Although the disadvantages after entering the mythical area cannot be made up in a short time, there are still opportunities. If they have enough financial resources, the club's demand for first-team materials can be met through acquisitions. For new teams, what they lack most is not these things, but outstanding players and powerful accounts. Xilai explained carefully. This is the most difficult team to form. After all, outstanding top-level league players have very high incomes. This income is not given by the club, but by their own popularity and sufficient exposure on the stage of the professional league. Therefore, no matter how rich they are, it is difficult to get outstanding top-level league players to the secondary league. This problem is not a big problem for Fifth Guild. Even if Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi were slow, they knew what Xilai meant. With Fifth Guild's ability to snatch boss, they would be able to maintain their advantage in the next new area for at least another year, so that they could create a group of more outstanding accounts. With such accounts as the Axis and Core, it is not difficult to form a competitive team. If you can't get into the first-tier team of King Quang, then instead of going to a Class A team, you might as well join Fifth Guild, sacrifice a year of time, and create a good account. In this way, after playing in Fifth Guild for a few years and making a name for yourself, whether you continue to stay in Fifth Guild or transfer to a super team, it will be much better than staying in King Quang. So it's not a disadvantage to have a good relationship with them now, don't you understand? Xilai continued. I understand, but boss, what if Fifth Guild doesn't have this idea? Zheng Qi asked. Then it's nothing more than getting close to them in vain. What can you lose? Xilai asked back. Boss, you really have a plan. It's our blessing to be able to follow you. Yuan Kong praised sincerely. There's no need to say that. It's fate that we can play in the new area together. I will naturally do more to help you think about it, but I can't help you more. I'm just a member of the second team. Xilai waved his hand in a big brother style. Xilai does have such a style, but many semi-professional players in other clubs have the same idea as Xilai. After all, the Fifth Guild's actions in the new district have caused losses to other clubs. However, for that club, their losses are nothing more than a few second-team members who have not been able to create good characters. In fact, the loss is not that big, but for these players, it means that they will be delayed for a year. Although a year seems to be nothing, Fule wasted 10 years before being terminated by the club. However, that was after all the A-level league. The A-level teams did not have many talents and were more tolerant to players. On the contrary, the teams in the Super League had better talent reserves. If they were unable to create good characters after wasting 1 or 2 years, they would most likely be abandoned by the club. Under such circumstances, many semi-professional players, especially those who are slightly older and close to 20 years old, began to worry about their future. There is always no shortage of smart people in this world. In the eyes of these people, the characteristics of the Fifth Guild will undoubtedly become a possible new way out in the future. This is also the reason why Zheng Qi and his team began to gain more and more goodwill during this period of competition. Chapter 168. United again. When the 108th district was opened for 6.5 months, a lot of things happened. The first thing that happened was that the first batch of members who had reached the maximum level in the new district had already appeared. The first to upgrade to level 80 were Liu Shibo's group. After they were the first to reach level 80, many people gradually reached level 80. Basically, they were members of the elite teams of the guilds at various clubs. They had high support and only needed to level up. Except for the need to find Boswell in the carnival, other materials could be allocated slowly by the club guild after going to the myth zone. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi and his team naturally suffered a lot in upgrading, but they were not in a hurry to upgrade. After all, the semi-professional players were in a hurry to upgrade because there was a need from the club. The second half of the league started in mid-August. Before that, it was time for each club to replenish its strength. If the members of the second team created a good enough character, they could directly join the first team to increase the strength of the first team. In this case, it was natural to went to the myth zone as soon as possible, even if the club did not necessarily need you. As a member of the second team, you must of course wait for the club's call at any time. Zheng Qi and his team did not have such a need. At the same time, they did not have the convenience of the club guild, and could not gather enough equipment materials and hero materials as soon as they went to the myth zone. Of course, they needed to get more materials in the ordinary zone, so that even if they could not use them, they could provide the guild with some good enough choices. So when Liu Shibo and his team reached the maximum level of 80 inches the ordinary zone, Zheng Qi and his team were only about level 75. Under such circumstances, the last round of the carnival began. By the last round, basically all the members of the second team who aspired to be professional players knew where their upper limit was. Although the competition for the boss in the last round would be more tragic, there would be many players who knew that they had no hope of getting a professional account and chose to give up the competition for the boss and leave the opportunity to others. There were not many semi-professional players who would think this way, but there were also many, especially those who were relatively young and still hoped to achieve good results in the next new zone. After all, many people believed in the matter of accumulating good luck. Therefore, the last carnival was often the final opportunity for many semi-professional players to fight, because in this carnival, the competitors might be much less than usual. Ordinary players will often consciously not make trouble. Even if there are those who want to make trouble, they will probably be killed by others. Those players who give up the fight for the last carnival boss will naturally tell others in advance, so that when they arrive at the next new area, under the same circumstances, they will receive some preferential treatment. This is something that few people will bring up, but it is an unspoken rule that the club basically abides by. Of course, Zheng Qi and his friends can't enjoy such unspoken rules, and they don't need to enjoy such unspoken rules. It's the last carnival. Theoretically, the total number of attribute points I can reach now is 928 points. Zheng Qi calculated it and then said to others. This theoretical attribute point is calculated from the 600 attribute points that a general account can get. Now, excluding scattered attribute points and attribute points added by the guild, Zheng Qi has obtained 328 additional attribute points in dungeon rewards and carnivals. Now Lu Xiaoshen's strongest account in the alliance has 897 attribute points, and Zheng Qi has surpassed Lu Xiaoshen's account attributes. In the professional competition, the strongest account in history belongs to Meng Fifan back then. The 965-point account is unprecedented in the professional league. After all, in the entire professional arena so far, accounts that can exceed 900 points are rare. Of course, this refers to professional competitions. Amateur players also have some super accounts with more than 900 attribute points. Although such accounts are extremely rare, they are not impossible to obtain. It's just that their personal operation level is not enough to meet the standards of professional competitions, so they can't enter the professional arena. At the same time, if Zheng Qi and his team can get 38 bosses in the last carnival, then Zheng Qi's account will be able to exceed the extra attribute points of Meng Fifan back then. Thinking about this kind of thing, it feels really scary. I have 13 points less than you. Zheng Qi replied. 915 points is also an account number that surpasses Lu Xiaoshen. Towards 50 bosses. Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi. Okay, work hard. Zheng Qi nodded. The others were a little dumbfounded. If they really charged towards 50 bosses, wouldn't they have to have 2 accounts with attribute points that exceeded or equaled Meng Fifan's? The characters of the others were a little worse than these two. After all, in the competition for attribute points of the copy records, the others were a little worse than these two, but the difference was not much. Originally, the gap between Dynamic Lightwave and others might have been widened, but in terms of obtaining scattered attribute points, Dynamic Lightwave was incredibly lucky and quickly narrowed the gap between him and the others. Now the accounts of the other 8 people were around 800 points. If they could get 50 bosses, then their team would have 2 accounts with more than 900 points and 8 accounts with around 850 points. Will it break the balance of the league if it gets out? Fule asked hesitantly. He hoped that his account would be as strong as possible, but Fule also knew that if he didn't have an excellent operating level, the stronger the account, the more difficult it might be to control. In other words, if you can't control such a strong account, then the account in your hands can only be regarded as a pearl in the dark. No, this may be a trend in the future. I can research the method of attracting boss hatred, and so can others. It's just that no one thought about it before. Don't underestimate the level of the elites in the Super League. Dynamic Lightwave shook his head. In 1 or 2 years at most, the teams in the Super League will gradually build a stronger lineup. The next league may be in chaos. The top players in the league now may gradually fall behind. If we don't have strong characters, we may also fall behind. That's right, so we shouldn't have any burdens and keep working hard. Grab as many attribute points as you can. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. Dynamic Lightwave's words were right. Although their current characters looked a bit eye-catching, as time went on, there might be more and more character accounts of their level in the league. If they didn't grab a few more attribute points now, they might fall behind in the future. Will they go to the new area to build accounts at the time? That would be a waste of time. After reaching a consensus on this, the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild began to impact the last carnival. As a result, the elite teams of other guilds were in a miserable situation again. Liu Shibo and his group were not bad, as they had many good players and snatched more bosses than usual. However, the other second team members had a relatively difficult time. For many semi-professional players, the last carnival was also their last chance. However, Zheng Qi and his group were crazy and snatched 16 bosses on the first day. This was certainly due to the reduction of competitors, but the morale and desire of Zheng Qi and his group also played a great role. 16 a day, how many in 3 days? Zheng Qi asked thoughtfully. 48. Dynamic Lightwave answered casually. That's not enough. Come on, everyone, do your best tomorrow. Zheng Qi said. I think we are already very hated, Fulei replied. Sure enough, after the carnival started on the second day, no matter where Zheng Qi and his group went, there would be a group of players from other guilds staring at them. What do you want to do? Zheng Qi sent a message to Liu Shibo. You guys are grabbing too much. Liu Shibo was silent for a moment, and then replied, although we in the Southland don't have much objection to this, other clubs and guilds have a lot of objections, so they will pester you and prevent you from concentrating on beating the boss. You want to pester us with just a group of ordinary players? Zheng Qi sneered. There are 4 guilds of semi-professional players who have no hope of getting a professional account. They will be the main force to pester you. Liu Shibo replied. Damn, are you kidding me? Unite to suppress the newcomers. Be careful or I will expose you. Zheng Qi shouted. Look, now at least dozens of people are counting on the last 2 days of boss to get professional qualifications. You are still desperately grabbing boss, so of course they will unite to deal with you. Liu Shibo sighed. Zheng Qi thought about it carefully and figured it out. To put it bluntly, the professional team still belongs to the professional circle, and it is completely different from Zheng Qi and his team. Naturally, they are opposed to them. So if someone in the professional team grabs a lot of attribute points, it won't cause others to unite to deal with him, but Zheng Qi and his team are prone to such a situation. The reason why they had not been targeted by the other side before was that the semi-professional players of each club had their own goals and needs, so they naturally could not put everything aside to join forces. Now that it was the last carnival, the semi-professional players who knew they could not get a good account, even if they did not want to offend Zheng Qi and his team, would obey that command of the entire professional league in terms of the club's needs. As a result, Zheng Qi and his team were afraid that the last 2 days would be very difficult. You have already grabbed a lot of attribute points. In the last 2 days, even if you can't grab them, the impact is actually not that big. When Liu Shibo said this, he felt a little ashamed. We will never give in. Just wait, in these 2 days, see if you can stop this. Zheng Qi snorted. Liu Shibo sighed and said nothing more. Chapter 169. It's time for them to take responsibility. After telling the others about the situation, the members of the elite team of the 5th Guild were all a little silent. This kind of situation was something they had never encountered before. They had been targeted by ordinary members of other guilds, and they had also been targeted by elite teams of other guilds, but they had never encountered several elite teams of guilds joining forces to make things difficult for them, and they might also include ordinary players from other clubs and guilds. The members of the 4 elite teams were staring at them. What did this mean? It meant that at least 10 semi-professional players would come to deal with them. Maybe the cooperation between these people was not good enough, but this number alone was enough to put them under great pressure. How about we discuss it with them, just like before, we draw a piece of land? It doesn't matter if they don't agree. If we concentrate in one area, then as long as they dare to come in, our hundreds of thousands of brothers can make them look bad. Xinzailan thought about it and came up with a safe idea. I've thought about this, but it's a last resort. They probably hope we'll do this. After all, they can't make us not get any boss. Zheng Qi shook his head. But if we do this, I think it's a bit too cowardly. Then let's fight them. Yuan Ziquande waved his fist and shouted. Well, let's fight. Yashing Bang Fei nodded. Even if the 4 elite teams are pestering us, we have to try to grab a few more bosses. Their movement speed is not as fast as ours. In that case, the test is quite big, but it's okay. Anyway, we just need to grab more bosses while moving, and we earn 1 more for every boss we grab. Zheng Qi nodded. The temporary alliance of other clubs and guilds did not give Zheng Qi and his team much time to adjust. After all, the carnival on the second day had already begun. This was a surprise attack to some extent, which made it impossible for the 5th Guild to occupy a piece of territory. After all, it would take a long time to mobilize the entire guild. The strategy arranged by the Fifth Guild before was to spread across the entire map and report the whereabouts of the boss at any time. In such a short time, it was impossible for the entire guild to change its strategy for participating in the carnival. From this aspect, it can also be seen that other guilds have also taken great pains. Although they could not sell the kidnapping to Zheng Qi and his team, they could limit Zheng Qi and his team to the maximum extent to get enough benefits. In the past, they did not use this method to deal with Zheng Qi and his team because the members of the elite team who could stop Zheng Qi and his team had their own tasks and needs, and naturally avoided conflicts with others in the carnival, thus affecting their time to grab the boss and upgrade. But now, it is different. If they just grabbed the boss while running, Zheng Qi and his team are not worried. After all, they used to grab it all the way like this. But now, the 4 elite teams will not compete with them in any way of pulling monsters. They will definitely come up and PK with Zheng Qi and his team when they meet, until they are killed. It used to be one unspoken rule, and now it is another unspoken rule. Then there is only one way. Dynamic light wave side. Recently, we have practiced the movement method with various acceleration skills, which can push our speed to the fastest. As long as we can meet the boss first, we will use the roaming method to attract the hatred of the boss and kill the boss as soon as possible. Don't be entangled by those guys. It will be very tiring to do this, but it is the only method we can use. Others nodded one after another. Dynamic Light Wave has not been idle during this period. In addition to constantly improving the monster pooling method, as the number of heroes increases, he has also begun to continuously study how to make the entire team move at the highest speed during movement. This kind of movement method will not be bad for semi-professional players, but the members of the opponent's elite team will not all be semi-professional players. In this way, at least Zheng Qi and others can have a certain amount of free time to kill the boss. Although it will be much more difficult than before, it is also a good way to exercise. Anyway, we already have 2 accounts that surpass Lucian and 8 god-level accounts. Even if we can't grab a single boss in the last 2 days, we won't lose too much, right? They are so deliberate in dealing with us, just to reduce our profits a little bit. It's a very pitiful thing to think about it. Before the carnival started, Shinny said with a smile. Others laughed. Indeed, this may seem a bit self-consolation and a spiritual victory, but it is also a fact. So, in the following time, Zheng Qi and his friends began to treat this day's carnival with the greatest enthusiasm. However, 12 hours later. You guys are really pestering me, Zheng Qi said to Xiaobo with a wry smile. Xiaobo's smile was also forced. There is no way. We didn't want to make things difficult for you because of the instructions from the top. His partner Zheng Qi, as well as Lin Fei and Zheng Qi with Jian Mang, also smiled bigly. As players who have no hope of creating a professional account, they don't have any sense of accomplishment now. However, they are not without hope to create an account in the new area with other second-tier team members of the club next year. In this case, they can only comply with the requirements of the Guild Alliance. You have offended me, be careful. Zheng Qi threatened the other party. That can't be helped. Lin Fei replied with a wry smile. In addition to the 4 of them, there are 5 or 6 semi-professional players from other clubs. They are relatively young and naturally not as entangled as Xiaobo and others. After making harsh words to Xiaobo and others, Zheng Qi turned around and felt a little worried. Today, a total of 6 bosses were obtained, which was 10 less than yesterday. How can we live like this? If this goes on, let alone 50, we have only obtained a total of 22 bosses in 2 days. If we can't get 16 bosses tomorrow, Zheng Qi, you will not be able to break Meng Fifan's record, Su Jing said with some sadness. This, in fact, does not matter. I am not particularly ambitious to break that record, it is mainly because I am a little unhappy that they are targeting me like this, Zheng Qi replied. Others nodded one after another. They were also very unhappy. Although the loss of these bosses did not have a big impact on them, being targeted like this was not a happy thing in itself. The last carnival, the last day of the carnival, we have to have a goal. Yasheng Xi Fei suddenly said. What goal? Zheng Qi was stunned. Get 16 bosses. Yasheng Xi Fei suddenly laughed. Brother Fei, you are so good to me, I can't bear it. Zheng Qi laughed. Meng Fifan's record is only 16 bosses away from breaking, aren't you tempted? Of course, it cannot be broken now. You can only break his record after reaching level 100 inches the myth zone. But if you don't lay a good foundation now, you really can't break the record. In this way, it's a pity. Yasheng Xi Fei continued. I also want to break the record, but looking at the situation today, it's a bit difficult. Zheng Qi scratched his head and said with some distress. It's certainly difficult to rely on our team's strength alone. The other side has 4 elite teams entangled with us. Even if we can keep shaking them off while moving quickly, it's difficult to kill the boss in such a short gap, because they will come directly to attack us when we are fighting the boss. In this way, the situation we encounter will be very difficult. Zheng Qi said. You mean? Zheng Qi seemed to have thought of something. Don't forget that we have a guild. We have always been helping them. Now, it's time for the guys in the guild to make some contributions. Zheng Qi said calmly. How to contribute? Zheng Qi looked at Zheng Qi with some expectation. In the past, during the carnival, the other members of the guild only needed to report the routes of the boss and other elite teams at any time, right? Zheng Qi asked. Yes. Zheng Qi nodded. That's it. When we fight the boss, the nearby guild players will come to support us. If those guys still want to interfere with us, the others will rush over and beat them up. We can't beat them, Zheng Qi said helplessly. In the ordinary area, the operation of the semi-professional players can be said to have an overwhelming advantage, especially in the wild PK. No matter how many ordinary players there are, it is difficult to deal with semi-professional players. Only in the myth area, those elite teams can rely on the advantage of numbers to kill professional players once or twice. There is no need to kill them, just entangle them. It only takes a few minutes for us to fight the boss. They don't need to spend too much time. Zheng Qi replied. Zheng Qi's eyes lit up. Oh, this is good. Such a simple countermeasure, why didn't I think of it? Why didn't you say it earlier? Zheng Qi sighed. Zheng Qi's face darkened. I just thought of it. It's not your fault, Brother Fei. We are all great men who have outstanding personal abilities and only want to shoulder responsibilities, and don't want to drag down others. Zheng Qi patted Zheng Qi's shoulder, looking sympathetic. Boss, can you not disgust us? Said Lian Ziquangdao. I didn't expect it, and you still say you were a great man, Shinya complained. Su Jing smiled and looked at Zheng Qi, without saying much. That's it, tell Lao Jiangshan and Lao Suifeng, let them talk to other members, maybe it will affect their upgrade efficiency, but there is nothing we can do. It's the last day. Our goal is to get 16 boss. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said loudly. Yes, the new area, this is the last day of the carnival, and we need to work hard. Next, the new area will not be as lively as it is now. The outstanding ones will go to the myth area, and those who want to start over will go to the next new area. The number of players left may be less than a quarter of the current players. Every new area will go through such a road. It's the last day, and it's not a big deal if the players of the guild pay a little more. Chapter 170 The Last Day. The method that Zheng Qi came up with could, to some extent, allow Zheng Qi and his team to gain more time to kill the boss. However, one problem that could not be solved was that it was difficult for ordinary players to stop them, even if they only wanted to entangle them for some time. Of course, such a problem could not be solved. After all, Zheng Qi and his team could not allow the players of the extraordinary guild to instantly have the ability to entangle professional players. Such a proposal would only allow them to gain more space. However, this problem was solved by Fu Lei when the next day arrived. Let's get to know each other, these guys used to be like me, brothers in distress. When Zheng Qi saw Fu Lei, there were 2 or 3 guys standing beside Fu Lei who made him feel unfamiliar. Qin Hyun, Tao King, Wang Zian, these 3 guys are my acquaintances. They have been defeated together for many years, today they can help us. Fu Lei said to Zheng Qi with a smile. Zheng Qi looked up and down at the 3 of them. Their levels were so-so, 2 levels higher than Zheng Qi and his team. Their attributes could not be seen, but the progress of upgrading their equipment was not bad. At first glance, they were much better than ordinary players. Thank you very much, this is a great help to us. Why don't you join our extraordinary guild? We will provide you with preferential treatment. Zheng Qi said enthusiastically. Fu Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't, the 3 of them also have their own clubs, not unlucky people like me, Qin Hyun laughed. Boss Rin Pingshen, you are too polite. The 3 of us have only known Fu Lei for many years. This time, we heard that you were in trouble and came to help. Don't be polite. Fu Lei has already told us the situation you're facing. The 3 of us will follow you. If those guys come to make things difficult for you, although we can't stop them completely, we can still delay them a little. The number of 3 people is still a little less. How about this, we mobilize an elite group and obey your command? Su Jing said beside him. That would be the best. Tao King nodded. There was no more nonsense at the moment. Soon, Wei Jiangshan and Sui King organized an elite group of 100 people to quickly gather together. They have naturally not been idle in the past few months. The Fifth Guild now has hundreds of thousands of people, and the core members are gradually being formed. These 100 people are all core members. They are enthusiastic about the guild and their personal standards are not bad. Although it is not known whether there are undercovers among them, it is difficult to avoid. As long as there will be no substantial impact, even if there are undercovers, they must be used well. When 8 o'clock came, the carnival started again. The news came one by one. Zheng Qi and others began to move continuously, and Qin and others who came to help followed closely behind them with the elite group of the Fifth Guild. Although there would be a certain distance, there would be no big problem. Their way of moving is also very particular. We can do it if individuals move so fast, but the overall movement is so harmonious. There are masters in the Fifth Guild. Zheng sighed. Isn't it normal to have experts? Otherwise, how can they defeat so many bosses? Just calculate and you will know how high the attribute points of their team are now. It's really enviable. Qin also sighed. It seems that there is no hope this year. I don't know if I can ask them for this method of pooling monsters and strive to create a better character next year. Tao King said. Don't be ridiculous. Haven't you heard that a club offered 300 million yuan, but they refused to give up the method of pooling monsters? We are just helping a little. Why should they teach us such a precious method of pooling monsters? Those big clubs have to spend a lot of time and money to research it. We are just making a good relationship with them and see if there are more ways out in the future. Qin said. Old Qin, do you think the Fifth Guild has any other plans? How can ordinary guilds have so many people in the new area like them, and the elite team can have so many outstanding accounts? I always feel that this is not a situation that ordinary players can create. Zheng asked. I don't know. Maybe there is a group behind this. Although I haven't heard of anyone being able to form a club in this way, everything has a beginning. Today we have met them. If there is a chance in the future, it will be easier to talk to them. Qin said. It is obvious that these semi-professional players who hang out in District 108 have already discovered the difference of the Fifth Guild, and these semi-professional players on the edge of elimination have unanimously regarded the Fifth Guild as a way out in the future. Of course, even the three of them who were marginal players of the A-level team are reluctant to give up their position in the A-level team. In terms of vision, they are much weaker than Lin Fei and others. However, although they are weak, they have completed today's task much better than Lin Fei and others. Xia Boxing chose Lin Fei and Zheng Qi. In yesterday's carnival, they were very successful in blocking Zheng Qi and others, although they did not want to achieve such success. However, on this day, they were stubbornly blocked. When the boss was refreshed, they quickly moved to the place where the boss was refreshed. Based on yesterday's experience, they could interfere with Rin Pinsheng's team before they killed the boss. In this way, they could increase the difficulty of Rin Pinsheng's team in fighting the boss and delay them for a long time. Yesterday, there was a time when they entangled the Fifth Guild elite team for an hour with the boss. Although Fifth Guild finally killed the boss, it was delayed for too long as a whole. During this time, other teams had already killed several bosses. But today, their goal suffered a heavy blow. When they were about to approach the location of the boss, hundreds of people suddenly appeared around them. 10 against 100, in fact, it was not a big problem. All 10 of them were semi-professional players. Although their accounts were not good enough, they were not something that ordinary players could deal with. At that moment, they were ready to break through separately. As long as they could rush through a few, it would be enough to interfere with Zheng Qi and his team. However, when they rushed into the formation of the extraordinary guild elite group, they soon discovered that the other party did not panic because of their attack. Instead, they began to move and intercept in an orderly manner, constantly using skills in turn, entangled them in the entire formation, and let them continue to attack, but still could not break through the opponent's encirclement. Strange, this is unlikely. Lin Fei and others thought at the same time. This kind of encirclement is not something that players in the new area can do. If it is the elite group in the mid area, they do have such a set of techniques, which can be used to surround professional players and then pour out attacks. Otherwise, ordinary players will appear too weak when facing professional players, and professional players will try their best to avoid being trapped in such a siege, but use various methods to fight. Head-on attack. Lu Xiaoxun only killed 13 people and then died, but if it is a fight, it is not difficult to fight 100. However, this method does not seem to be mastered by the players in the new zone, not to mention that a new guild like Fifth Guild is unlikely to have such a team. If they did, they would have used it yesterday and would not have waited until today. Someone is in command. Lin Fei and others quickly figured this out, but figuring it out does not mean that they can solve this problem. Those who can command such a group of people are at least semi-professional players. The problem is that the Fifth Guild has semi-professional players, but they are nothing more than the 10 people in the elite team. Where do the other semi-professional players come from? Before they thought about this problem clearly, they were already in a bigger crisis. Professional players are taboo against ordinary players. Dozens of skills from the opponent are focused at the same time, and there is no place to hide. Originally, Lin Fei and his team should have paid attention to this, but they had already gone too deep without expecting that Fifth Guild could have such a tight organization. Focus fire, take them away in one wave. Qin said in the team channel. One team focuses on one. Tao King arranged in time. After a wave of concentrated fire, 6 of the 10-man team of the Guild Alliance died, and the remaining 4 were also at low health. Before they had time to react, the second wave of concentrated fire came again, and all 10 people fell to the ground at the same time. Fuck, it's a shame. Lin Fei and others who returned to the resurrection point cursed again and again, but cursing alone was useless. Now it would take some time to get back to the map from the resurrection point. We should also call for help. Otherwise, with only 10 of us, even if we won't be killed again, it would be difficult to interfere with Ren Pinsheng and his team. Zheng Qi suggested. After dying once, losing 10% of the experience is nothing. It can be recovered quickly. However, it is a bit unrealistic to want to hinder the Fifth Guild elite team from fighting the boss again. The other side has more people, and just blocking is enough. But if you call for help, once the number of people increases and a melee is formed, it will be even more difficult to interfere with Ren Pinsheng's team from fighting the boss. After all, they are a temporary combination, not a tacitly coordinated organization. Sure enough, in the following time, Lin Fei and his team suffered setbacks. With fewer people, they can't break through the opponent's defense line. With more people, their own people can block the way forward. The elite team of the Fifth Guild can kill a boss in a few minutes without any obstacles. The Fifth Guild's 100-man team can still block it for a few minutes. Want to PK? You can only call more people, but the carnival is placed here, forming a big melee on the whole map, which is even more unprofitable. When the carnival ended that day, the Fifth Guild once again topped the boss kill list. In the first 2 days, the Fifth Guild's score was 22 boss. On the last day, the Fifth Guild's score was 23 boss. One more than the previous 2 days combined. What a pity, you only got 45, Brother Fei. I'm very sad that I didn't let you time in Gfifen's record. Zheng Qi said with a smile, and then caused a round of boos from others. Chapter 171. What do you want? After the last carnival, some people were happy and some were sad. Liu Shibo and He Jin, these 2 young players represent the members who have achieved good results in the new area. They entered the myth area soon after the carnival and began to prepare for their professional careers. Their achievements in the new area are not bad. Liu Shibo's account eventually exceeded 800 points, and He Jin was almost the same. With their talent and level, it is certain that they will be the next god-level players. Among the other semi-professional players, some have reached the account requirements of professional players, and some have not. However, whether they've reached or not, they will go to the myth area to raise their level to the highest. Those who have the ability to enter the club's first team will quickly fill in, and those who do not have the ability to enter the first team will contribute their abilities in the club guild and wait for the start of the new area. This is what every young player must do before entering the first team. In comparison, Zheng Qi and his team are more relaxed. After the last carnival, Zheng Qi thanked the 3 new friends who came to help, while Qin and his team said that this was nothing and hoped to have the opportunity to continue cooperation in the myth area. How about you 3 join our extraordinary guild? The treatment is excellent. Zheng Qi said excitedly. Qin and others looked at each other and their faces fell. Just kidding, don't mind it, there'll always be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Fu Lei came out to smooth things over. After sending the 3 people away, he turned around and looked at Zheng Qi helplessly. What's wrong? Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment. Do you really not know, or are you pretending to be confused? Fu Lei asked. I really don't know. Zheng Qi said sincerely. Okay, you're pretending to be confused. Fu Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Qi chuckled. What are you thinking? Fu Lei asked. I'm going to leave anyway, and I have a place to go in the future, but other people around you may just be interests now, but in the future, there must be a result. I just want to play games quietly. Zheng Qi said distressedly. Don't make a fuss. Fu Lei said. Okay, but my goal at the beginning was to be a professional player. Zheng Qi sighed. You can be one now, but you have to make a decision early. This is your future, and the same goes for Fei Ji. Fu Lei said sincerely. You are different from me. You are talented players. You should use your talents to create a better history. In fact, everyone is quite talented. Zheng Qi nodded. Seeing that Zheng Qi didn't seem to want to continue, Fu Lei didn't say anything else. Everyone was an adult. If there was anything, just stop at the point. Uncle Meng, what do you think I should do next? Zheng Qi asked Meng Yonjie in confusion after he went offline. Has any club come to you? Meng Yonjie asked. Not yet, but Fei Ji said that it should be soon. When we go to the myth area, a club will come to us. Zheng Qi replied. If a club really comes to you, will you go? Meng Yonjie continued to ask. I just don't know. If Chengfen comes to you, Fei Ji will agree very quickly. His goal is this. Zheng Qi replied. I'm asking you now. Meng Yonjie continued to ask. I said I don't know. Zheng Qi was very confused. Then I'll ask in a different way. Butler Meng thought for a moment, then slowed down his voice. Tomorrow, after you go online, someone from the Chengfen Club will contact you. If you look carefully, you'll find that the person is the head coach of Chengfen. Who is the head coach of Chengfen? Zheng Qi asked with his eyes closed. Well, no matter who it is, it's the head coach of Chengfen. Butler Meng said. TSK, the head coach of Chengfen is not the most important candidate. Isn't the most important person Lu Xiaoshan and his 5 tigers? Zheng Qi said. Butler Meng sighed. Okay, it's Lu Xiaoshan who came to invite you in person. Lu Xiaoshan is a very discerning person. Zheng Qi said happily. Well, this kid has a good vision. Lu Xiaoshan found you and invited you to join Chengfen. You'll get the annual salary of the main force of the first team and the highest tactical freedom. They will break the formation in the front court, and you will roam around and fully exert your offensive ability. How about it, are you tempted? Well, a little bit. Zheng Qi closed his eyes and nodded. Just a little bit? Well, deep down in your heart, you don't have a strong desire to go to a champion team like Chengfen. Butler Meng replied. Zheng Qi opened his eyes. Yes, although Chengfen may be the best place to go in the professional competition, I always feel it's just like that. Butler Meng nodded and said nothing more. Uncle Meng, your trick is very powerful. Let's try it on Brother Fei tomorrow. Zheng Qi said excitedly. Does he still need to try? Don't look at his cold appearance. If Chengfen wants him, I'm afraid you will immediately fly over. Butler Meng said with a smile. Uncle Meng, what you said is a big mean. Really? After being with the young master for a long time, I have also slowly changed. For someone of my age, it is really a miracle. Uncle Meng, although I am not well educated, I can still tell whether you are being mean to me. After going online the next day, under Zheng Qi's encouragement, everyone else accepted the questioning of Butler Meng, and Butler Meng is indeed an old guy who knows people's hearts and easily found out their hobbies. What made Dynamic Lightwave scream was a newly configured supercomputer. What made Chaos Mad Knight scream was an ancient personal aircraft. What made Su Jin lose her reserve was a set of tickets for the global tour of national idol Lu Yong. There are many others, and Yasheng Bang Fei was instigated by others and tried it hesitantly. Sure enough, when Chengfen came to the door, Yasheng Bang Fei, who had always been noble and cold, knelt down. After everyone laughed, they didn't say much, and Zheng Qi's confusion continued. The days that followed were somewhat dull. Zheng Qi and his team were working hard to upgrade, and many people in the Fifth Guild were also working hard to upgrade. Although their levels were not high, they were consistent with other ordinary players. Generally speaking, it would take 8 months before they would have the opportunity to impact the mythology zone. When you went to the mythology zone, I won't go. Wei Jiangshan had a gentle smile on his face. There must be someone to take care of Area 108. Old Swithin can go, I don't need it. Big brother Jiangshan, you have to go too. We also need a guild in the mythology zone. Besides, it's been so long, and there are people helping in the old zone. Just let them continue to help. Zheng Qi said to Wei Jiangshan. Well, my skills are average. Wei Jiangshan hesitated. It's good to be able to enter the mythology zone. We also need to build our own guild in the mythology zone. Although it won't be as beautiful as the new zone, we still need a guild. Zheng Qi continued. Hearing Zheng Qi's words, Yixing Xi and Fei looked at Zheng Qi thoughtfully. After much persuasion, Wei Jiangshan agreed. However, even if he entered the mythology zone, it would not be possible in a short time. He was too distracted by the management of the guild, and his own level was not high. Finally, on the 10th day after Liu Shibo and his team entered the mythology zone, the members of the elite team of the Fifth Guild also reached level 80 at the same time, which was the level for entering the mythology zone. Let's go, see you in the mythology zone. Tell the other guys in the guild that if they want to join other clubs and guilds, it doesn't matter. If they want to continue to stay in the Fifth Guild, remember to respond to the initiative of our Fifth Guild. Zheng Qi left the last sentence, and then entered the mythology zone with the others. Remember, we have to upgrade to level 80 as soon as possible, and then go to the mythology zone. Now the president and his team have gone to the mythology zone and started working hard first, and we can't fall behind. Wei Jiangshan told everyone in the Fifth Guild what Zheng Qi said, and then said so. I believe that even if the president goes to the mythology area, he will still be the best. Well, it's hard to say. All the professional players will go to the mythology area. The president is very strong, but compared with the professional players, isn't he still a little behind? Don't be ridiculous. There are many professional players in the new area, but how many times has our elite team won? In my opinion, professional players are just so-so. Our president and those guys in the elite team are all geniuses. I wonder what they will do when they go to the mythology area. Will they join other clubs? With their level, they can be the main force when joining other clubs. Maybe our guild will merge with them at the time. I don't want this. It would be great if we could form our own team to play professional competitions. At least we are working hard for ourselves. It's a bit difficult, it's not possible to just put together a few people to form a professional team. I also know quite a few such teams. Most of the time, they're like ordinary players. They just participate in amateur competitions every year to kill time. Does it cost a lot of money? How about we crowdfund? It seems that it's not just a matter of money, but also players. A professional team must have more than 10 or 20 professional players. No matter how strong the elite team is, it only has 10 people. It seems a bit of a pity. In the following time, such chats continued to appear. Wei Jiangshan and Sui Qingfeng saw all this and didn't say much. After all, they didn't know whether Zheng Qi and others would join the professional team or have other ideas. Fifth Guild completed a miracle in the new area, but such a miracle is really nothing in front of the real professional clubs and guilds. Fifth Guild has hundreds of thousands of members, which is already the top existence in the new area. However, in the myth area, not to mention that many of them are not qualified to enter the myth area, even if all of them can enter the myth area, they will not be as strong as any professional club guild. What's more, the potential power of these professional clubs and guilds in each area is also incredibly large. The future is long. Wei Jiangshan sighed. I think it's better to take it slowly, take your time. Sui Qingfeng seemed very open-minded. Chapter 172 Brainless Fans. The process of entering the myth area seemed very simple. Originally, the mad sword of chaos was still muttering, will it be as exaggerated as the ascension to the fairyland written in the fairy tale novels? As a result, with a whoosh, everyone entered a new area together. It feels a bit perfunctory. After standing still, the mad sword of chaos said this immediately. What do you think it will be like? Fu Lei asked with a smile. At least there should be some ceremony or something. The mad sword of chaos replied. It's said to ascend to the myth area, but to put it bluntly, isn't it just a change of area? What kind of ceremony is needed for changing areas? You really think too much. Fu Lei laughed. Think about it, why did everyone have such a yearning before? It is probably because the myth area seems very sacred in the minds of many players. Just like what the mad sword of chaos said, it feels like ascending from the human world to the fairyland, so sacred, but after thinking carefully, it's just a change of area. What is the myth area like? Zheng Qi asked Fu Lei. It's similar to the normal area, but the map is wider, the monsters are stronger, and the dropped experience and supplies are more abundant. Note that the monsters and wild monsters here are very strong, and the dungeon monsters are even stronger, of course, and the experience is more. Fu Lei replied. They all completed the challenge of the myth area before level 80, so after reaching level 80 at the same time, they entered the myth area at the same time. This is the 81st level area, which is of course an ancient area for the myth area. Even if you want to level up, it is faster to go to a higher level area, so there are only 10 of them in this vast wilderness. What are we going to do next? Asked Dynamic Like Wave. Of course, we will level up first. There are 10 of us, so it's just right to brush the dungeon. Both the 10-person dungeon and the 5-person dungeon can be brushed. Zheng Qi said. Well, I'm sorry, everyone, someone will come to pick me up. Fulei said suddenly. Oh, yes, your club will come to find you, so, we have to separate now? Zheng Qi asked. Fulei nodded a little ashamed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We traded you for a lot of materials. Zheng Qi patted his shoulder and laughed. On the distant horizon, several shadowy figures had already appeared. Do you know them all? Zheng Qi asked. No, Fulei shook his head. Our club has changed a lot in the past 6 months. Come on. Zheng Qi nodded. While talking, the few people had already arrived in front of him, chatted with Fulei for a few words, and then left together without saying hello to Zheng Qi and the others. These guys are so rude. Fulei showed an apologetic expression and left as well. Xinya couldn't help but complain. Don't worry about them, we'll do our own thing. Zheng Qi shook his head. Okay, now there are 9 of us, let's practice by killing small monsters first, and then go to the dungeon. Obviously there are 10 people, Butler Meng said faintly. Oh my god, Uncle Meng, how could I forget you, but when killing monsters, Uncle Meng, you can't play a role. Zheng Qi replied. Leveled up. Yashing Bang Fei interrupted him. Let's go. The level 81 area might be hard for ordinary players to play, but it was nothing for them. Although their equipment was not upgraded enough and their heroes were not upgraded much, with their operation level, ordinary wild monsters were no problem at all. The old areas were often sparsely populated and had a large number of monsters, so they did not go to the dungeon. Although it was easier to gain experience from the dungeon, there were endless monsters to be played in the old areas, and the efficiency was even higher than that of the dungeon. If it were not for the higher probability of dungeon materials dropping, they would not want to play that dungeon. Damn, it's so cruel, how can I level up so fast? Yuanzi Quangdao sighed while beating monsters. In the mid area, leveling up is not the most important thing. The experience of beating monsters is just to make up for the loss. The real competition has never been these things. Xinzailan said with a smile. Leveling up 1.5 levels a day, how long has it been since I last leveled up so fast? Yuanzi Quangdao continued to sigh. In his opinion, such a leveling speed was really not seen after he passed level 20 inches the ordinary area. What's that? Didn't you see Lao Fan's level? Zheng Qi asked Yuanzi Quangdao. Really? Let me take a look. Yuanzi Quangdao replied, and then he pulled up the friend list and took a look. Oh my god, level 85, how did he get to level 85? Yuanzi Quangdao was surprised. He just killed monsters 1 or 2 levels higher. In addition to dungeons, he killed monsters at a higher level and let others help beat them to low health for him to harvest. This is a very simple method. Xinzailan explained. Is it necessary? Yuanzi Quangdao scratched his head. There is only more than a month left before the start of the second half of the league. If he doesn't level up quickly and join the team, Kangen will have no use for Fulei. Of course, he has to do it quickly. Zheng Qi smiled. Then we will be comfortable, and no club will want us. Yuanzi Quangdao muttered. The only clubs who will try desperately will be small and medium-sized clubs, and we don't even look down on them. Zheng Qi laughed. Yixing Bang Fei nodded. He naturally knew that Zheng Qi's words were also meant to comfort him. After all, it was difficult for a club like Chengfen to fill in the middle of the season. The football era was more complicated than the previous professional football games. It was either picking up the right players or not. There were many aspects to consider when recruiting players. Moreover, a top club like Chengfen was in good shape this year. They had no reason to casually introduce new players to disrupt the balance of the team. Yixing Bang Fei's goal was to go to Chengfen, but he also knew that there was a way to go to Chengfen. Being invited by others with courtesy and respect was of course different from rushing up to hug their thighs. Let's upgrade first, get materials, and arm ourselves a little stronger, and then go around and make a name for ourselves. We are very famous in the new area, but it's nothing in the myth area. If we want people to pay attention, we have to do something. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Is it the same as Area 108? Chaos Mad Knife also laughed. That's right, we are making trouble. Zheng Qi waved his fist. Our goal is that we are pests, For the professional clubs, these people from the Fifth Guild are important, but not to the point of paying special attention. This team is very special compared to other grassroots players, special because of the personal skills shown by Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, special because of the set of monster pooling techniques they have, special because they have laid a solid foundation in District 108, but what is the reality? These things are very special, but they are not to the point where professional clubs look at them differently. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi have excellent skills, but in the friendly match, they showed that they were completely unfamiliar with the overall confrontation. This is the biggest feature of grassroots players and also their biggest weakness. The monster pooling techniques are being studied by all clubs, and there has been initial progress. It can be expected that in the new area, all clubs will send out second team members in groups of 10 to fight against others in a better way. As for the number of people in the Fifth Guild, a mob of hundreds of thousands is nothing. At the same time, the key is that Zheng Qi and his group already have enough fame and status, so they will have more requirements. They can't be easily pulled in. It takes a certain price to pull them in, and each club will weigh whether such a price is worth it. So for Zheng Qi and others, all clubs chose to wait and see. Even if they want to poach people, it is not too late to poach them before the start of the next season. Now the focus of each club is still on professional competitions. As the days go by, Zheng's fans are becoming more and more enthusiastic. In the East Asian competition held in the summer, Zheng was invincible all the way, defeating the two powerful enemies of Japan and South Korea in succession, and finally met the biggest rival India in the final. In the final, Liu Xiaoxin's top star level was fully demonstrated. In a stalemate, he attacked 3 times and broke the opponent's defense 3 times, helping Zheng to score 3 goals in a row after losing the first game, defeating the opponent and qualifying for the World Cup at the end of the year. This is the second consecutive year that Zheng has won the East Asian Championship. Such an achievement is of course considered quite outstanding. After all, the East Asian Champion is not a place for the defending champion. There is no place for the defending champion in all international competitions in the football era. Only those who meet the requirements in the previous year can participate in such competitions. So it is really difficult to win 5 championships. You must reach the peak in a certain year, and you must also win the League or Cup championship in the previous year. Because only by winning the League and Cup championships can you participate in the next year's National Super Cup. At the same time, the champion of the Super Cup can participate in the Intercontinental Champions Cup, and the champion of the Intercontinental Champions Cup can participate in the World Champions Cup. It is not enough to maintain the peak for 1 year, you have to maintain it for 2 years. This year, Zheng undoubtedly has the confidence and premise to challenge the 5-time champion. They have already won the Chinese Super Cup and now the East Asian Champions Cup. Now they are still 3 short of the 5-time champion, the Chinese Super League champion, the China Cup champion, and the World Cup champion. And in these 3 events, they have the possibility and hope of challenging the championship. Zheng is now in a peak state. That's why it's hard for you to get into Zheng. I guess a lot of God-level players want to go to Zheng to curry favor with them, Zheng Qi said to Zheng privately. So we have to do something more, otherwise, Zheng won't look down on us. Zheng said coldly. Brother Fei, can you tell me why you want to go to Zheng so much? Zheng Qi asked. I'm a fan of Zheng. Zheng said, and then added. The kind of brainless fan. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 173. Encountering a robber monster again. Brainless fan appears in Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei has always been a very cold person. He was very cold when he was live streaming with Zheng Qi, and he was also very cold in the football era. So when Zheng Qi heard that Zheng Fei's reason was like this, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. There's nothing to be surprised about. I grew up watching Zheng's games, and I also participated in Zheng's echelon selection when I was a child. Zheng Fei replied. You didn't get selected? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. I was still young at the time. Zheng Fei replied in a muffled voice. Okay. Zheng Qi shook his head. Later, I thought to myself, even if I was selected at the time, could I enter Zheng's first team, or even become a main player? It's very difficult. Although most of Changfeng's current main players are trained by themselves, such as Lu Xiaoxun and Feng Tu, they also have the vision to introduce members needed by the team from the transfer market. Wen Xiang is a good example. Changfeng's youth training is the best in the league, but there are only a few members of their echelon who can finally gain a foothold in the first team. Zheng Qi continued. It's like this for big clubs. Zheng Qi nodded. You can't enter the football era game before the age of 16. Each club has created its own training space for this purpose. However, those who are trained in the training space will lack practical experience. We have already discovered this in the new district. Zheng Qi nodded again. When he met the semi-professional players from those professional clubs in the new district, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi could beat the other party like dogs in the usual competition and PK, but in the environment of a formal game like a friendly match, the other party could beat them like dogs. This is the difference between the practical school and the academic school. So I chose to practice actual combat. Competition experience can be accumulated in the training ground, while actual combat experience needs to be accumulated in various games. I have played many games. I have basically played all the games derived from Football Era. Football King Era is just a longer game. Zheng Qi said. Me too. Zheng Qi laughed. Yes, so your actual combat level is also very strong. Now we want to show our level in the actual combat of the Myth Zone. Only in this way can Changfeng ask us to join. Zheng Qi said at last. No wonder you have to save enough money to pursue your dreams first, Zheng Qi sighed. Well, it's also thanks to you. I earned a lot that year. Zheng Qi said. Yes, we all earned a lot that year, and we all have our own goals, but I don't have a goal. You guys, you used me and got rid of me, so bad. Zheng Qi said resentfully. Zheng Qi shuddered. If you do this again, I will leave immediately. Okay, let's not talk about this. How are we going to prove ourselves next? Zheng Qi asked. First, you have to reach the maximum level, so that you are qualified to make trouble. Zheng Qi answered simply. Zheng Qi did not say how to make trouble, but Zheng Qi still agreed with him to reach the maximum level first. After all, the level suppression is really too great. They are now level 80, and they are suppressed to death against ordinary players of level 100, even if their attributes are higher. The suppression of level 20 means that your attack on the opponent is only 80% effective, while the opponent's attack on you is 120% effective. Not only is there suppression and damage, many skills are used to knock away and control the opponent. These skills may not have substantial damage, but they can have extremely good effects, and these effects are even more weak when discounted. So before reaching the maximum level, it is quite difficult to make trouble. To make trouble, it is nothing more than grabbing a few more wild bosses, but to do this, it is even more difficult if the level is not enough. The suppression of bosses on players is more obvious, especially in the myth area. But for Zheng Qi and his gang, when they want to level up quickly, the speed will never be slow. Although they were not as fast as Fulei, who had a club guild to support them, with their skills, they had no problem challenging the 3-level limit jump. This allowed them to always achieve the fastest leveling speed, except for the high-level dungeons that they could not go to. 1 day, 2 days, Zheng Qi and his team had not leveled up in such an empty and quiet place for a long time. You know, although they have always been the fastest leveling group of players in the new area, when a new area is opened, there will always be other players who can level up as fast as them, so there won't be no one to find a place to level up. In such an empty place, it seems to be forgotten by the whole world. The leveling area around the myth area is indeed not visited by many people, because the purpose of this place is to allow players to level up quickly. When the football era just started, the upper limit was 50 levels, and then gradually increased to 80 levels. Therefore, in the ordinary area, there are many bosses between levels 50 and 80, and the area is not small. However, after a period of time after the upper limit of 80 levels, when the myth area was opened, it was directly like this. The upper limit was 100 levels, and the surrounding areas were only for leveling up. When you reach level 100, the game really begins. This setting also divides the mythology zone into 2 major areas. The 100 level area is full of people and has an extremely large area, while the other level areas beyond the 100 level area are relatively small and usually deserted, except for the newcomers who come in every year. Zheng Qi and his team caught up with a gap. Those who have clubs, such as Liu Shibo and others, are rapidly upgraded with the support of the club guild. Those who don't have clubs often have no chance to enter the mythology zone at this time, so they are quite lonely. If they don't have a good goal, such loneliness may affect their psychology. Fortunately, they have such a good goal. A month has passed. Zheng Qi and his team finally reached level 95. During this process, the areas and dungeons they started to mix in finally began to gain some popularity. Finally see people, I've been holding it back for a month. Yuanzi Quangdao sighed and said. Yes, the league for the second half of the season has started. It's different with an organization. Dynamic Lightwave also said. But it's a bit strange, why do guys at level 100 want to mix in dungeons over level 90? Yuanzi Quangdao was a little surprised. Because if you die in the myth zone, you will lose experience. How can you not make up for it? Those experts with insufficient experience can still survive in the 100 level zone. Ordinary players with less experience can only play more in low-level dungeons. Xinzailan explained with a smile. I don't know if those guys in the new zone have upgraded to the myth zone. By the way, should we establish our guild? Yuanzi Quangdao asked. Not enough. You can't propose to establish a guild without level 100. You can only choose to join the guild. Let's raise the flag when we reach level 100. When the people of our Thithan guild are upgraded to the myth zone, they will be able to respond. If 100 people respond, our guild will be established. Xinzailan replied. Then continue to kill monsters. Yuanzi Quangdao waved his fist. The others laughed. Today's dungeon has been killed. The next step is to kill wild monsters. They are level 95. It has become a habit for them to play in the level 98 map. On the level 98 map, the number of other players begins to increase. There are players leveling up and killing monsters everywhere, all of them are level 100. Because players lose experience after dying in the myth zone, and if they lose a lot of experience, the attributes that increase the level will also drop, but the level will not drop, so in fact, there is also a penalty for death. For ordinary players with reduced attributes, they can't beat monsters of level 100, and they can't play low-level dungeons. They can only slowly kill low-level monsters to gain experience. The experience is small and it is difficult to fight. It can be said that it is a punishment that makes ordinary players quite headache. Of course, professional players with excellent operation level will not have such problems. So, among a group of level 100 players, Zheng Qi and his friends are quite conspicuous. ID and level will not be hidden. At the same time, the ID color of level 100 players is gold, and the ID of players less than level 100 varies from white to red. In this case, whether they are at level 100 or not is simply clear at a glance. Oh, there are newcomers here. Zheng Qi and his friends were killing monsters when they heard someone shouting in surprise. Zheng Qi looked up and saw two teams spawning monsters not far from them. One of the players with the ID Qintianya was looking at them with a smile. Shengshijia Guild, a subordinate guild of Shengjia Club. Xinzailan took a look and said in the team channel. I don't think I've heard of this club. Zheng Qi replied. Class A. Team. Xinzailan simply answered. Zheng Qi nodded in understanding. The guilds at the Class A team often have no advantage in the myth zone, but at least they have accumulated over the years. Although the guilds at the super clubs are strong, they cannot occupy the number of all bosses. At the same time, materials are not only dropped by wild bosses, but the probability of dropping is higher and the quantity is larger. Any guild of a professional club will not be bad in the accumulation of materials, at least it can be used by the first line team. Zheng Qi waved to the other party, said hello, and then said nothing. He didn't know the other party, and he was too lazy to greet the other party. Leveling up by himself was the right way. For Zheng Qi and his team, it is very strenuous to jump 3 levels and kill wild monsters. They must concentrate on killing monsters. The monsters in the myth area are much stronger than those in the ordinary area. Although there will be no obvious changes in attributes, health, etc. The most critical change is that the monsters in the myth area are basically composed of 60 heroes. With the skills and characteristics of heroes, although the fighting style is relatively rigid, it still has great lethality. When a monster spawned next to Zheng Qi was about to make a move, but the opponent Qintianya suddenly made a move and attacked the monster first. What? Stealing monsters? Zheng Qi was stunned. Chapter 174 I'm so scared. You should know that robbing monsters is very common in games, especially in games where monsters are shared. It is indeed very normal to rob monsters. When they were in the new area, Zheng Qi and his team often encountered monster robbing, but when they became famous, no one dared to rob. In the myth area, robbing monsters is actually a very bad behavior. After all, it is very easy to spawn monsters in the myth area. It is normal to rob monsters in the 100 level area, especially to rob boss. You can rob if you can, but in the low level area, robbing monsters is really unnecessary. There are few people and many monsters. What is there to rob? But the other party just robbed. While robbing, Qtianya looked at this side with a provocative look, with an expression that deserves a beating. This guy used his original appearance instead of the system appearance, and his expression was particularly rich. Zheng Qi sighed and ignored him. Instead, he turned around and attacked another wild monster and let this wild monster go. Damn, boss, can you tolerate this? Yuan Shiquandu asked in the team channel. Just level up well, what is there to rob? Zheng Qi replied. Seeing Zheng Qi didn't say anything and didn't respond, but let the monster go, Qtianya seemed to find it a bit boring. After killing the monster, he came over and hung around Zheng Qi and the others. Is there something wrong? Zheng Qi asked politely. Nothing, it's this area, where we guys spawn monsters, can you give us a place? Qtianya looked like I came here to entertain you. Oh, then we'll go over there. Zheng Qi replied softly. That's not okay either, the entire level 98 area now belongs to our SYNOPSIS guild. Qtianya replied. But we also have to level up, what should we do? Zheng Qi asked helplessly. It's easy, I think the brothers are all good, do you want to join our SYNOPSIS guild? Our guild is a big guild in the myth area, and the benefits of joining the guild are very good. Qtianya said immediately. It seems that you are here to recruit people? Chaos World Matblade complained in the team channel. Oh, what benefits are there? Zheng Qi asked with great interest. Of course there are all kinds of things. Qtianya was overjoyed. As a member of an ordinary guild, Qtianya's status in the SYNOPSIS guild was not bad. He belonged to the management of one of the guilds in the SYNOPSIS guild alliance, and he could be considered a professional player. However, professional players were also divided into high and low levels. The guild alliance of the top clubs often consisted of hundreds of guilds. The management of the core guilds had a very high status in the clubs, and even professional players had to be polite when they saw them. The management of the peripheral guilds might not even be considered professional players, but just relied on their interests and hobbies to do things. And there was no player who didn't want to be a professional player. In addition to hobbies and interests, in addition to supporting their favorite clubs, they could also get a salary from the club, which was the highest goal of ordinary players, and Qtianya was now moving towards this goal. There were more than 100 guilds in the SYNOPSIS guild alliance, and the guild that Qtianya belonged to was the 83rd branch. Looking at this number, you can tell that this is not an important guild. For a top guild, the top 100 guilds are considered important components. After all, they have hundreds of branches, and those who can squeeze into the top 100 are all important members. Among the subordinate guilds at Zheng Qi Club, there are less than 50 real core guilds. These 50 guilds are almost full and belong to the guilds with the strongest combat effectiveness. The guilds outside this number are more marginal. It is better if they can place and roll, but it doesn't matter if they can't. As the president of the 83rd guild, Qtianya is still very ambitious. He hopes that his guild can squeeze into the top 50, so that he can also become a professional guild. However, it is not easy to achieve this. An outstanding ordinary player, if he performs well, has the opportunity to be promoted to the core guild and participate in various activities. But if the president wants to do this, he must improve the overall strength. But when good members want to squeeze into the front guild, it is very difficult to do this, so in this way, Qtianya has become a little mentally abnormal. Of course, being a psychopath doesn't mean he would take a knife to the street and chop people for no reason. The consequence is just that Qtianya has a very bad behavior, that is, he likes to take the initiative to find people to PK, and likes to steal other people's monsters. The myth area is very vast, even if he steals monsters, it will not affect many people, so it did not cause any serious consequences. Today he wanted to continue stealing monsters. However, after stealing, he found that the other party seemed to be timid and was a newcomer, so he immediately changed his mind. Recruiting these 10 or so people can also increase the strength of this guild. Moreover, if the other party is a newcomer, they probably have some friends in the new area. As long as they are a little bit nicer to them, it is not difficult to get more newcomers. Except for the main guilds with relatively full numbers, the number of personnel in other branches of various clubs and guilds is basically not full. Not to mention a full staff of 10,000 people, most of these guilds only have 4,000 to 5,000 people. After all, the mobility is too high. The guild managed by Qi Anya only has more than 4,000 people, and our new area has great potential. The key is that these newcomers often don't know anything and are easy to coax. If you can get a few thousand newcomers, and they won't think of leaving for a better guild for the time being, and organize them well, maybe you can improve the status of the entire guild in the guild alliance. At the time, Qi Anya will have the opportunity to become a professional player who can get paid. This is Qi Anya's big dream. So, when he heard Zheng Qi asking about the benefits, Qi Anya immediately patted his chest to say that everything is available. High-level hero materials, legendary equipment materials, one set for each person, is there any? Zheng Qi asked. Qi Anya's smile froze on his face. High-level hero materials. Legendary equipment materials. Damn, what are you thinking? Legendary equipment materials are rare. Only wild bosses can produce them. The probability of dropping them in dungeons is too low. Basically, unless a player is devoted to the guild, after getting legendary equipment materials, he will use them up or save them for future use. In many cases, club players have to go to the battle to get materials themselves to avoid too many shortages. Hero materials are easier to get. After all, hero cards can be exchanged for materials directly in the guild. If there are many people, it is always easier to get them. But even if it is easier to get them, they are high-level materials. It is not that ordinary guild leaders like Qi Anya have the right to give out a large amount at will, and one set for each person. It seems that one set for each person does not seem to be much, but just think about how much materials will be consumed if all 60 heroes are upgraded to the maximum level. Look at the people in front of you. You can't tell what level the heroes are, but you can tell the color of their equipment. All purple equipment. It doesn't look bad, but purple equipment materials can be obtained in ordinary areas, and they can enter them with various OLE, which proves that they are also at a relatively high level in the new area. Getting full purple equipment is nothing. But after all, you're only wearing purple equipment. After purple equipment, there are orange equipment, gold equipment, red equipment, and finally legendary equipment. You want a set of legendary materials now, are you teasing me? Let's talk it over nicely. Our Zheng Qi is not a pushover. Qi Anya said with a straight face. You can't even come up with this little thing. I'm so disappointed. Zheng Qi shook his head, and then started to kill monsters with others. Seeing that the number 9 person looked nonchalant about killing monsters, Qi Anya was furious. He forced himself to control his temper. Can't you listen to nice words? Brother, join our guild, and the hero materials can be exchanged through contributions. As for the equipment materials, how about this? I will pay for it myself, and each person will have a set of orange equipment materials. How about it? So good. Zheng Qi looked up and smiled. Of course, if you want other materials, it's not that there are none, but you have to make more contributions. Didn't you come from the new area? You should know a lot of friends. Introduce friends to the guild. For each friend you introduce, I will give you 100 contribution points. If you have more contribution points, you can exchange for anything in the guild warehouse. Qi Anya's words were really a big investment. Of course, there were some untrue points, such as there must be no legendary materials in his guild's warehouse. The club organized so many guild alliances just to better collect materials. In addition to boss, top-level materials only have a chance to be produced in the 100-player dungeon. Every guild will organize a 100-player dungeon every day. After the top-level materials are produced, they will be converted into contribution points for the players. As for the materials themselves, they will be sent to the head guild for the club's first-line team to use. So even if Zheng Qi and others joined, no matter how high their contribution points were, they would not be able to exchange for materials for legendary equipment. Red equipment was considered top-level materials. But Qi Anya's promise was indeed a huge investment. Ordinary members did not have such treatment. Although contribution points were easy to collect, no one could collect them so quickly. If Zheng Qi and his team could bring in thousands of people, the contribution points would probably be enough for them to exchange for a set of red clothes. It would be great if we were ordinary players. It's really enviable to see them. Zheng Qi said with a smile in the team channel. Others also laughed. Zheng Qi was just complaining. With their level, they would have to join the first team of a club. The Chinese Super League clubs might not be able to join them now, but going to the first-class clubs would not be a problem. The treatment is still too bad. Let's change to another guild. Zheng Qi looked up and said to Qi Anya. Don't be too greedy, brother. No one will give me such good conditions. Besides, the experience lost after dying once is not small. Qi said with a very ugly face. There are 9 of us, and you were only one. Zheng Qi looked innocent. Qi smiled coldly and waved his hand. The two teams rushed over at the same time. There are 20 of us now, and I have thousands of brothers. I'm so scared. Zheng Qi replied. Chapter 175 How is it possible? Qi, 38 years old this year, is not too old, but has high ambitions. Although he has long known that he is not qualified to be a professional player, as a leader among ordinary players, he still retains his ambition, that is, to strive to become a professional player. As mentioned before, Football Era is no longer just an ordinary game, but a national game that has replaced all outdoor sports in the world in the past. Such a national game has countless people participating, and everyone has his own position, which has built such a huge entertainment industry. Football Era itself does not cost money to play, but it can generate huge wealth and benefits. If we generalize, then all Football Era players only need to be divided into 2 types, professional and amateur. Professional clubs are of course at the top of the game of Football Era, and professional players are divided into many types, except for the management. Those management can actually play themselves, but they don't put too much energy on it, and their work direction is not on it. Professional players, youth team members, and professional managers of the guild, these 3 constitute the main body of professional players. Amateur players are divided into those who play casually, those who gain more space in the game, and those who are dedicated to contributing to their favorite clubs. The guild alliances of various clubs basically gather fans of their own teams. Most of these fans contribute to the club with their own strength while enjoying the game. These small contributions will become a huge torrent when they are gathered together. Just like the fans of professional clubs 100 years ago, the money they spend on the club in a year may be a negligible part, but when the number increases, it will be a huge fortune when gathered together. The management of each guild is either professional or amateur. The club needs management to manage the guild, but it is impossible for the club to make all the guild management professional players who have signed contracts with the club, otherwise the expenses will be too terrible. Becoming such a professional player is the goal that many people look forward to, and Qi is no exception. Professional clubs naturally have very strict requirements for recruiting professional players. Those professional players must be able to fight, even if they are not at the professional level. They can also stand out among ordinary players. However, it is not easy for ordinary players to do this. Even if they are masters among ordinary players, there are only a limited number of masters. Many people in the professional youth teams of various clubs have not been able to fight. In the absence of other places, choosing to stay in the club as a professional fighter is also a very good place. These people are often the main force of the guild's battles. In addition, those players with strong organizational skills are also talents needed by the club. After all, there are many people in the guild, with nearly 10,000 people at a time, and it is not an easy task to organize them. In the past, when a general led troops, the number of people he could lead determined a person's military ability. Although many problems that cannot be solved in reality can be solved in the game, without organizational skills, it is impossible to become a professional player. Qi wants to be such a professional player. In terms of operating skills, he is considered a master among ordinary players. Although there is still a certain distance from semi-professional players, this is not the key. Qi is also very confident in his organizational ability. After all, he can become the guild leader, which proves that he has certain organizational ability. The comments in this regard are very idealistic. At least Qi feels that he is not inferior to any guild boss. Since he is not inferior, he must make certain achievements to prove his level. How to prove it? Of course, it is to make achievements in the construction and performance of the guild to show the club's top management. Fill the guild with people, organize it, and participate in a few beautiful boss competitions, and naturally you will be able to achieve results. With results, the club's top management will naturally see it. This is a real achievement, and it cannot be faked. So he prepared to use both soft and hard methods to get this group of newcomers to join his guild, and then attract more people. Qi had been thinking about this plan for a long time. In his opinion, this plan was completely feasible and met the needs of reality. It proved that he had excellent strategic vision and organizational ability. As long as it could be successfully implemented, he would definitely be favored by the club's top management. With better luck, he could even lead his guild to the top of the rankings and become the main force. The dream was beautiful. However, such a beautiful dream suffered a heavy blow at the beginning. After asking a lot of questions, this group of newcomers just rejected his request. So Qi Anya was very angry and decided to teach these newcomers a lesson. To pull people, of course, you have to do it with both hands, beating and coaxing at the same time. After beating them, the other party will naturally agree obediently. Even if they don't agree, at least you can breathe a sigh of relief. 20 against 9, our side are all level 100 players, and the equipment is much better than the other side, basically all orange equipment. This is also the standard configuration of the myth area. The players in the myth area are all veterans, there is no doubt about this, at least when picking with others, they are still very familiar with the switching and use of various skills. For example, the team that rushed forward switched the skills of several heroes in succession when they rushed forward, and used all the skills they had been blessed with, increasing their strength and ability to fight. The newcomers on the other side were obviously not bad in experience, and they used all the skills they had been blessed with, shining with all kinds of light. We'll go too. Qi Anya said to the team around him. Since the other side was very skilled in operation, it would be a bit careless to send only one team. Although Qi Anya felt that one team was enough, after all, the group of people under him were the backbone of the guild, and they were much stronger in PK than the newcomers. The level of the heroes also rose higher with the passage of time. With the advantage in attribute points, it should not be difficult to defeat the other side. However, if the fight lasted too long, and the other side would not be convinced even if they won, it would be better to use more people to defeat fewer people and form a momentum of crushing the withered and rotten. What's more, the guy who led the other team was called Ren Pingsheng. Qi Anya felt that this name was quite impressive, and it was exactly the same as his ID. Just for this reason, he had to personally send them off, so his team also rushed up. The two teams were separated by less than 10 seconds, one in front and one behind. Although the distance was a little, it would not be a problem. It was enough for the front team to entangle the other team. By then, once the advantage of numbers accumulated, even if the other team was better, it would be useless. However, just as his team was about to rush up, the 9 people including Ren Pingsheng who were about to approach the front team suddenly became 3. The remaining 6 just disappeared from their sight. Invisibility skills. Qi Anya shouted. There are many skills that can make a hero invisible, such as Zheng Qi's stealth, Zheng crossing the river in white clothes, Zheng Fei's rough but delicate, Sunyi's fatalness, Deng Ai's sneaking across Yunping, and Lmeng and Deng Ai's invisibility skills are their ultimate skills, which means having a wave of lethality to take away the opponent. After Qi Anya shouted this, the first team of people naturally began to raise their vigilance, but the two sides had not yet officially contacted each other. In such a short distance, the opponent could only move in front of or to the side of them. At that moment, a player chose Lmeng's skill card. Lmeng's first skill, look at it with new eyes, allows players to see all the details of a certain area, including those who were invisible. After using the skill, he immediately swept the area in front of him, and the others quickly focused on that area. However, after looking at it with new eyes, there was no one in that area. Damn it, they didn't rush forward after they became invisible. It seems normal for newcomers to make such mistakes, Qi Anya thought to himself. The skill of look at me with new eyes lasted for a full 15 seconds. After this period of time, the opponent's stealth skill was almost up. The skill with the longest stealth time was Lmeng's crossing the river in white clothes, which could be invisible for a full 40 seconds, but the lethality was not very great. The real lethality was Zheng Qi's stealth combined with a one-hit kill, and Deng Ai's sneaking across Yunping, which could bring powerful lethality, but the stealth time of those two skills was only 10 seconds. Just when he was somewhat relieved, he saw the female player Jin Yingkan by, one of the 3 people who was not invisible, and a ray of light flashed on her body, and then she raised her hand. Qi Anya was startled. Yuoji's second skill, Rush. Effect, teleport teammates to any place visible in the perspective, up to 3 people can be teleported. The teammates look with distinction just now is only aimed at the front and sides. He didn't observe the back because the opponent couldn't move over in such a short time. If the opponent teleported, but even if he saw it, he would not have time to remind him. Behind their 3 teammates, a figure appeared at the same time, and then there was an attack like a storm. Deng Ai's ultimate move, sneaking across Yunping. After approaching the opponent in stealth, he can attack 5 times in a row. The damage caused by each attack is greater than the previous one. After all 5 times are accumulated, it can cause a total of huge damage. Qi Anya was sweating. Such an attack was too scary. However, when he looked at the 3 teammates who were attacked, he was relieved. These three guys had high physical fitness. They shouldn't be taken away in one wave. They should be able to leave residual blood. As long as they don't die, it's okay. However, when the first attack hit the teammate, Qtianya's face changed again. The extent of the teammate's physical fitness drop was much greater than he imagined. How is this possible? Are these guys so powerful? Looking at the physical energy taken away by the attacks of the three opponents Xinzailan, Xinyi and Yanel Yuanyu, Qtianya simply didn't want to believe his eyes. Finde est capture no much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olvidan al like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Suscribete nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.